City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal for September 29th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout, unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to that project. If you wish to comment on appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be raised virtually. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then be called upon to provide comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. These instructions will be repeated throughout the hearing. Before we start, let me take a roll call of board members. Mr. Fortune.
Here.
Mr. Ehrlich.
Here.
Mr. Kendall. Mr. DeVoe.
Here.
Ms. Sloag.
Here.
Mr. Kendall. Ms. Ambassador, is Mr. Kendall present?
Tyrone is present.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
on mute.
He's on mute, okay. Is a representative here from BPDA?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Hampton from the BPDA.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get started. I just want to make sure that that the applicant for 65 to 69 Atlantic Ave is proceeding with your appeal. Is Maria Fedora or a representative?
She's present.
Yes, Maria Fedora is present. Thank you.
Are you going to go ahead with your appeal?
Yes, we intend to go ahead with our appeal.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. In the meantime, while we are going through the rest of the hearings, people in support or in opposition to the proposed project, please send a note through chat. Put your name, your address, and if you're opposed or in opposition, or if you're in support. I heard a lot of comments prior, and I just want to make sure that everybody is accounted for, since I do want to make sure this meeting proceeds swiftly, but everybody is heard. So please put your comments in the chat to everybody. In the meantime, Mr. Fortune, please proceed.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Joe McGecker at Councilor Baker's office. Could I make a quick statement, Madam Chair, regarding last week's meeting?
Let's wait for the 9:30, Joe.
Okay.
So we did receive the email from Councilor Baker. And so thank you. Let's wait for the full hearings so that we can hear your statement in context. Okay?
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the first cases for extension, calling BOA 725-791, 2-4 Wordsworth Street. There's a companion case, BOA 725-794, 6-8 Wordsworth Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is involves two decisions of the board that were rendered in September, filed with the ISD in September of 2017. There was one extension granted by the board last July, which expired on September 22nd of this year. We have made our request prior to September 22nd and before the board for a one-year extension. The reasons being are twofold. One, we're dealing with some issues involving registered land for this parcel, but also there's a pretty steep slope that requires some review of the engineering for the design. We're hopeful that that can be completed in very short order and a permit can be pulled this fall.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for 1 year past termination.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Carrie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? A motion carries for a one-year extension.
Calling the next case, calling BZC 30642, 340 to 360 Boylston Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. This is Adam Hundley from Goulston and Stores, Real Estate Counsel for the Drucker Company. I'm at 400 Atlantic Avenue. I'll speak for just 30 seconds to respect your schedule, but obviously happy to talk longer. So 340 to 360 Boylston Street is an approximately 221,000 square foot, primarily office development. We've made great strides over just the last 6 months on permitting, including finalizing a cooperation agreement, a waiver of further review, a TAPA amendment.
Please tell us, we know that you've made a lot of progress. Tell us why you need the extension.
Sure. We're actively working on permitting. We have a few agencies left to get through and then the final construction drawings to prepare. So we certainly appreciate it if the board would consider a one-year extension.
When did this expire? Or has it expired?
Yeah, it has not expired yet. The first couple days of December 2nd of this year.
Okay, so may I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year past date of termination.
Second.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 500-504, 10 to 18 Bowden Street. There is a companion case, BOA 500-502, 100 to 104 Bowden Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, member of the board, Joseph Feaster. My colleague Timothy Fraser is also on this call, this meeting as well, from the law firm of McKenzie and Associates, 183 State Street, Suite 6, Boston, Massachusetts. Would you like me to proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, please tell us why the request for the extension.
Well, we're seeking an extension. This was a matter where the board back in November of 2015 granted the variances and a abutter filed a lawsuit starting in 2016. And just to shorten it, in our letter, we talk about all the instances where the abutter has filed and sought dismissals, et cetera, went to land court, and all the way through 2019, the abutter has held up this project by various actions until that period of time. So therefore, the project could not proceed. Presently, the court action has ended, except for one matter that's in Superior Court. The one in land court has ended. But nonetheless, our client is seeking to try to negotiate an access arrangement with the abutter and for easement or license. What has occurred here and what...
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, so it is in Superior Court. You're just making sure that your applicant is covered. May I have a motion, please?
Well, if I could just speak for one quick minute, the reason why I was going to ask for a period beyond the 1 year that you're speaking of, because it is very unlikely that in a 1 year period of time that my client will have this project up, running, and completed. And in the event that this does go on much longer and I decide to retire, there could be some issues that may come up as far as meeting your filing of the request for an extension before then. So I would request a longer period of time for the extension if that was possible.
So Mr. Frazier is ready to step into your shoes should you ever retire, Mr. Frazier?
That is absolutely correct. He is more than adept to do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, may I have, because this is in Superior Court, a two-year extension, please?
Motion for a 2-year extension beyond the date of termination.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, member of the boards. Thank you.
Calling the next case for G-Card, calling BOA 109-9197, 10 Claremont Park. This is to remodel an existing brownstone, all new framing, the change of occupant from a 4-family dwelling to a 2-family dwelling. The violations, Article 32, Section 4. This is the groundwater conservation overlay district applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant. This appeal seeks to change the occupancy from
Hold on,
4 to
Mr.
2.
Lacasse. Hold on,
Yes.
Mr. Lacasse. Is Christian Simonella on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, good morning. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. We have both the BWSC approval and no harm letters from the applicant.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
The letter.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Was there a second on that? Was that Carrie? Was you the second?
I didn't, but I can be.
Okay, thank you. Dot all the i's, cross all the t's. Motion carries. You're all set, Mr. Lacasse.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 109-3051, 264 Huntington Avenue. This is the Huntington Theater renovation and expansion to the theater building to modernize the front and back of the house spaces. The work to include involves restoring the facade of the building, demo, and expansion into the arcade area. The violations, Article 32, Section 4. This is G-Card applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Regina Oliveri, Schramit Construction, 560 Harrison Ave, Boston, Mass.
Thank you. Mrs. Simonelli?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have the BWSC and no harm letters from the applicant.
Madam Chair, we also have the letter from Boston Water and Sewer. We also have it.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'm going to call the
Thank you
9:30.
very much.
I'm going to call the 9:30 cases for deferrals or withdrawals. If you are deferring or withdrawing, please give me the address first before you speak. So if there are any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only. Madam Chair, we do have a letter of withdrawal from, I'm going to call it into the record. Case BOA 1092752, 582 East Broadway. We have a letter to withdraw, so I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other requests for withdrawals or deferrals?
Madam Chair,
That's the address, please.
11 Pacific.
That's 11:30. No, 9:30s only.
Sorry.
Okay, if we're ready to go, Mr. McGracken from Councilor Baker's office, please put the address on the record and your position, the council's position on that address, please. Mr. Ambassador, can you please help?
Joe, you're unmuted. Joe,
All right, good to see you, Jim.
Joe.
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman called on you for your comment.
Please put your name and address on the record, the name of the project, when it was heard, and the council's position on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office. I'd like to make a couple of quick comments regarding the Board of Appeal meeting last week on September 22nd regarding 820 Morrissey Boulevard. I was expected to comment on the councilor's behalf, ran into some technical difficulties, lost my connection, was not able to voice his opposition. The councilor has, for many years now, sided with the community regarding billboards in Dorchester and I think the city is abroad. So we weren't able to go ahead and verbalize our opposition. I'd like to do that today, and I thank the board.
Thank you. We also received a letter from the councilor, which is in the file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the first case for 9:30, calling BOA 1024089, 303 Maverick Street. This is seeking to change occupancy from a three-family residential dwelling to a four-family residential dwelling and add a rear third-story addition. Also to add a fourth-story addition, extend living space into the basement and renovate. The violation is Article 53, Section 56. Off-street parking is insufficient. Article 27T, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 62, basement units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, the MFR is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing City Realty on a project at 303 Maverick Street. In this project, we're seeking to change the occupancy from an existing three-family dwelling to a four-family condominium building, adding a three-story rear addition and adding a fourth-story unit. We're also proposing to extend living space in the basement with a common utility room down in the basement as well. The floor plans, which you can see there, an aerial view of the surrounding area. The floor plans have in the basement 2-bed, 1.5 bath, and then on the first floor that would be a bi-level unit. We are proposing another 1-bedroom, 1-bath with an office, kitchen, and dining. That unit would be approximately 2,000 square feet. On the second floor is 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,190 square foot unit. On the third floor is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,016 square foot unit with a rear pullback of 6 feet, rear deck in the back of the building. The fourth and new unit is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,075 square foot unit with a 10-foot rear pullback in the rear. This project would also include a complete gut renovation of the interior and the exterior of the building. The violations, to go over them, the use in this area, what's allowable is 3F. This is a 4-family building. We are not proposing a basement apartment. This is just an extension of living space in the basement. The additional lot area required would be 1,000 per unit. We have 725 square feet. The FAR is 1.0. What we have currently is 1.53, and we're proposing 2.18. Height in feet allowed is 35, and we're proposing 46 feet, 4 stories. Our front yard is pre-existing, no change. Our side yard is no change. And we are not able to create any new parking, although we are a short walk to Maverick T Station. And we are in an iPod district. I can pause for any questions that the board may have.
Okay, I'm looking at Google Maps. And this looks like a very standard triple-decker neighborhood. This block, for the most part, follows that building pattern, but for the building next door, which has a pitched roof, the buildings across the street also look like they are pretty standard triple-deckers. Can you explain why there's this need for the fourth floor addition?
Well, Madam Chair, there are actually a lot of 5-story new proposed, new developments that have been approved at 287 Maverick, 320 Maverick, right at the corner. Those are all under construction or just recently built. What this new unit will give us is an additional unit, but it is going to be a condo building and a complete gut renovation. We did work on pulling that back in the rear on both our 3rd floor and 4th floor, giving more air and light. We worked on this for about a year in the community on that, but there are a number of 5 stories in and around the area. But you are right, it is a 3F district and had predominantly been 3F prior.
How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are adequate. As you point out, it's they seem to be a little bit out of context. Mr. Drago, in one of the drawings, it says that the basement floor will be lower to achieve 7'6", so it's obviously not 7'6" at the moment. My question is, what does that make the height to the bottom of the windowsill in the basement?
The current height, Mr. Ehrlich, or?
No, the proposed, well, both. I mean, just add, yeah. No, at 7'6", what will be the height?
I know we have the architect, I believe, is on the call at Glassman.
Again, who is the architect?
Adam Glassman.
Ms. Ambassador, can you find Adam, please?
Yes. Adam, you're unmuted.
Adam's here, and all the required escape windows will have no more than 44 inches from the escape window sill to the new finished floor.
Adam, you're unmuted.
And tell us about, Adam, tell us about the occupancy in the basement. What is proposed?
It becomes part of a 1st floor duplex. It's not a dwelling unit.
And so what is the living space in the basement?
We have a couple of bedrooms and a bathroom.
It's 930 square feet, Madam Chair, with a common mechanical room, the separate staircase.
Okay, and then, okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record and support the Office of Neighborhood Services held an various meeting on December 17, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns expressed during the community process. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal. She would ask the proponent to continue working with the abutters on any concerns they might have. and to work with the Inspectional Services Department. There are a number of construction projects already underway in the area, which is having an impact on the community. So just working with ISD to minimize the impact of the construction. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 15 letters of support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 2 raised hands.
Thank you.
Vinny?
Good morning. I am Vinny Palermo at 113 Cottage Street, and I am in support of this project at 303 Maverick.
Thank you.
Marina?
Hi, Marina Galato at 139 Everett Street, speaking in support of this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information and understanding the building form, did the BPDA want to go on record on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We didn't receive the plans in time to make a recommendation for this. Our board met over a month ago. But to echo your concerns about the traditional feel and look of triple deckers throughout the city, if the board were to approve this, we would ask for design review for the neighborhood context.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve with 2 provisos. One, BPDA design review for context, and the other, no building code relief to ensure that the ceiling height in the basement and the window heights are appropriate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Mr. DeVoe?
DeVoe.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? For the record, I will put my opposition on the record because it is extending the density on the street and expanding both upwards and into the basement, which seems contrary to the building form on that street. But motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 109-2261, 273 Border Street. This is a change of occupancy of Unit 1C from the office to beauty salon. The violation is Article 53, Section 8, a beauty shop is conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Holly Malone at 120 Washburn Ave, Revere.
So tell us what's being proposed in this space.
So we are looking to put a hair salon in the small space here.
So how are the plans, Mr. O?
The plans are fine.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
We do have a letter that was sent by
Hold on, Ms. Applicant. Anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Anybody from the mayor's office? Anybody from the city councilor's office?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody else? And I noticed that BPDA has a recommendation for design review on signage and exterior work. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
That was probably your easiest project, huh?
Yeah.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 100-6765, 407 Saratoga Street. This is to extend living area of Unit 1 into the basement by building an interior wall partitions according to proposed plans. Enlarge 2 windows and 1 door opening to meet the basement egress. The violation is Article 53, Section 9. The floor to area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board. My name is Bonnie Tan with JCBT Architect, 585 Washington Street, Quincy, Mass. The owner is looking to seek a basement extension with 2-bedroom. The original existing first floor has a 1-bath, 2-bedroom unit. Looking to seek an additional 2-bed, 1-bath in the basement. The existing dirt floor is 4-bed, 1-bath. The existing second floor, 3-bed, 1-bath are also remain existing, no change.
Okay, so I'm looking at the plans from the street level, and so this is a 3-family?
Yes, existing 3-family.
Okay, so again, please tell us the number of bedrooms in the third unit.
The existing third unit is 4-bed, 1-bath.
Okay. The second?
Second unit is 3-bed, 1-bath.
Okay. And the first floor's arch basement, what is it proposed to be?
The proposed first floor unit will be 2-bed, total 4-bed, 2-bath.
4-bedroom, and how many bedrooms in the basement?
That's including 2-bed, 1-bath in the basement.
Okay.
A 4-bed, 2-bath. Yeah.
Tell us how the basement space is connected to the first floor.
There will be a new stairs inside unit 1 of first floor that goes to the basement.
Okay.
And the second means will be going all the way outside.
Okay, and is there a kitchen in the basement?
There won't be a kitchen in the basement. The kitchen remain on the first floor.
Okay. And what's the floor to ceiling height in the basement?
The proposed ceiling height will be 7 feet. Well, actually, they're looking to dig it down to 7.6.
7.6?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The plans are problematic. On A3, at least the plans that I have, first of all, there's no elevations, so there's no way of knowing what the heights are. The comment by the applicant about 7'6" is the first that I've heard of what the height is that they would need to take down the floor, lower the floor. And secondly, on A3, the proposed basement plan, it doesn't show what's being described. It does show a new stairs, existing bath, and then shows 3 existing storage rooms, no bedrooms.
Actually, that is not the proposed layout. That is the existing layout. I believe the client might have submitted the wrong sheet. I'm sorry.
I can only go by what I am given. So if you submitted the wrong sheet, there's a problem.
Mr. Ehrlich, the basement windows are the same peephole sizes as the previous application on Maverick Street. It's exactly the same building form.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The building form is exactly the same as the one on 303 Maverick Street.
Okay, well.
So it will be pretty much real basement dwelling space.
Okay, well, the Maverick plans had elevations and a proposed basement that reflected what the applicant was seeking. These plans do not. There's no elevations, and again, apparently there's a mistake made on the proposed basement plan, so I don't know how. So they're not adequate. So
I'm sorry. I believe the sheet has been submitted, but I don't know why the board doesn't have the updated revisions.
I don't know. All I can tell you is what I was given.
Okay.
I would suggest, Madam Chair, I would suggest deferring this until the full set of plans are available to review.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
Trying to work on that date right now. We have a date of November 17th.
Okay, thank you.
What time, Mr. Fortune?
1 o'clock, November 17th.
Thank you.
And to the applicant, please not only include the proper basement floor plan, but include elevations, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 104-7745, 492 Sumner Street. This is seeking to confirm occupancy as a three-family dwelling and change to a four-family dwelling and renovate. The violation is Article 53, Section 8, a four-family use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago at Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street.
Thank you, Drago. If I could stop you for one moment. Madam Chair, Ed DeVoe, I am going to recuse myself from this case.
Okay. Mr. Drago, we then need to inform you, you have a 5-member board, and everybody needs to be in support of the project for your proposal for it to carry. You have an option to proceed or ask for an administrative deferral when we do have at least 6 members who can vote on this project.
I'm going to go forward. Thank you for that information, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's proceed then.
The proposal is to change the occupancy of an existing 3-family building, residential building, and to add a basement unit converting to a 4-family. It would also be to renovate the lower level of the building and the exterior of the building with a new facade. There would be no changes to the existing 3 units in the building. This new unit in the basement would be approximately 65% above grade, which you'll see during the slope of the lot. The lot size is 2,634 square feet. The new unit is a proposed 2-bed, 2-bath at 896 square feet with a ceiling height of 7'6". It has an egress, the front entrance of the building with a staircase, and then has a full walkout through the back of the building. We also are adding egress windows as well. There would be a shared mechanical utility room that has separate access for the tenants, for the residents above. The other units would not change. They're all 900 square foot units.
So, Councilor, it looks that, so let's see, it looks like this is 1/2 of an attached building. Is that true?
So it is attached, correct? There's a.
Okay, so what I need to understand is that it looks like there is maybe 2 feet between the side of this building and the abutting building.
So
Is that right?
There's 3'3".
Okay, so can you explain how this egress windows will work? And it looks like is there a metal gate between the two?
I believe so, but there's also, I know Adam Glassman, who's the architect, may also, if he could speak to this, but we also have the full walkout and main entrance in the front. There is how many?
No, I mean, I am picking up on the fact that you mentioned that the windows will have access.
I apologize in what I just said. It was just for light and air. I apologize, Madam Chair. That is my mistake. There is 2 full means of egress. That's it. I apologize for that.
Okay. So, oh, yes. Okay. Okay, Mr. DeVoe is, oh, because it's interesting. I'm looking at the Google Maps. Okay. Let's just
Would you like me to go
see.
over the, sorry.
So, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
Other than the question of density, the plans are adequate. All of the boxes are checked off in terms of egress and height and the various other things that are needed for a basement unit.
So let me ask you, if there's a fire, somebody goes into the backyard, where do they go after that?
Well, we have a large backyard. We have a rear setback of 43 feet, 7 inches. There's also the side on the left-hand side of the building on the right, sort of in the back, if you see. There's a large yard spaces, which is common up and down that corridor, but the building will be fully sprinkled as well, Madam Chair, which it is not right now. And these would be converted to condos.
We do have an egress path on the left.
Okay.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
As I said, they're adequate.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, we do have one letter of support, the secretary here.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this property, this project?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, this proposal received strong support from the abutters and also from the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Services, Neighborhood Association, sorry. I apologize before I had technical issues, and I want also to know that the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services is in support of 273 board.
Thank you. We missed you. Anybody else to speak in support or opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Anybody else?
Sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Ms. Ambassador, anybody else to speak on this project?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1056759, 42 West Eagle Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 3 to 4 unit residential dwelling. The violation is Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston applicability. Article 53, Section 8, the MFR is forbidden use in a 2F 2000 subdistrict. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Rick Sidlam, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of Mario Martinez, who is the petitioner on this particular project. Madam Chair, this is a pre-existing 4-story structure located in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. It had undergone a complete renovation under an ALT long form back in 2017 and 2018, and has since been converted to condominiums. This particular proposal seeks to complete the lower level portion. I thought we had sent over our slide deck that showed the actual exterior of the building, Madam Ambassador.
Colette.
As that's being called up, Madam Chair, I'll run through just briefly what the program looks like. So the lower level of this is a complete full walkout area. It's not even a below grade basement. And we are proposing to convert that to livable space. This was included with the presentation when the entire building, including the adjoining right side, had gone through a zoning process for renovations where the life safety had been upgraded to both sides of the building, and the both owners of both sides of the building agreed to create a more streamlined and contiguous appearance in the building. I was hoping to be able to show that as part of the elevations.
So I'm looking at this on Google Maps.
Yep.
Looks like there's 4 mailboxes already there. I'm assuming these are all flow-throughs. And the unit in question is the part that has the brick facade on the first floor,
That
on
is
the
correct.
ground level?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And the condominium documents presently show only 3 units with the right of the declarant to go ahead and convert that 4th level after the Board of Appeal approves it. It is unfinished and remains unoccupied, obviously pending decision of the board. The total size of the unit is roughly around 800 square feet. The ceiling height is 7 feet 6 inches. The building, as I mentioned previously, is already fully sprinkled, including the lower level, and the cutouts for the bedroom windows that are being shown meet with the building code requirements of sill height as well as a clear opening space for the window.
And is it, I'm sorry, is it 2 beds, 2 baths?
We show it as 2 beds, 2 baths. That is correct. One of the things that I also point out is when this project was going through its renovation, we were able to create a total of 4 parking spaces. 3 of those spaces have been assigned to the existing condominium unit, so one space has been reserved in the event that the board grants relief. So each unit will still continue to have 1 parking space assigned.
And did this project come before this board in the past?
It did only for renovations for the upper levels. The conversion of the lower level was something that would be done as part of phase 2.
So why did it come for piecemeal approval rather than contextual approval?
I don't have a good enough answer for that, Madam Chair. I believe at the time that the renovations were ongoing, the focus was on the rear portion of the building and the upper levels.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, it's a little irritating again. As Mr. Lynn said, there's no elevation, so all I have to look at is A101, which is a very small floor plan for the basement. It does show the sill height, but there's nothing about the ceiling height. So, I would just, for Mr. Lind and for all the applicants, please make sure that you give, if you're providing us with information, it has to be comprehensive and thorough. Otherwise, we're making decisions with one hand tied behind our backs.
Mr. Ehrlich, I apologize. If you look down in the lower right corner of A101, it does put a note in there for the finished ceiling height of
It does. It does. But you know what? An elevation that shows the grade, you said this is fully walkout. I don't know that. I take your word for it, but that's why we have drawings.
Yeah. Good.
Colette, can you please pull back and show us what the proposed basement plan is? What did you say? It was 301?
It's A101. It's the bottom.
It's A101, okay.
The last slide, bottom one. Yeah, there it is. So Mr. Lind is correct. Under the notes in the bottom right, it says finished ceiling at 7'6", and up above it shows the window elevation. But there's no elevation to show that it's above, below, grade, anything, and it's not the right way to do it.
And Mr. Ehrlich, I apologize. I did include, my slide deck actually included a more comprehensive view of the building. And I tried to include that and sent that in last week to the board to be included for review. And I will be sure to make sure that a section of the basements, as we propose these going forward, is included as part of a drawing. I've understood that the notes being included with the stamp plan were sufficient, and I do apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'm looking at right now, is that the first floor plan?
At grade level, Madam Chair, that would be behind what you saw in the picture on Google Maps is the brick area.
Okay, so this is the, okay. Okay, so is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on March 11, where the abutters expressed support for this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak in support or opposition?
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Thank you. And from what I understand, these are the only plans that we have on record. Mr. Lenz, just to make sure that your architect, Mr. Chu has proposed, he's just such a regular at this board, with all different applicants. We just need to be more fully informed. And to the applicant, this piecemeal presentation really doesn't work for us, because and I don't think it works for the neighborhood, because they don't really get a sense of what the density impact is on their neighborhoods when things come in piecemeal. So I've said my piece. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Do you want to hold plans, Mr. Ehrlich, so that you're fully informed?
Yes, I would make a motion to approve, but to hold signature. By the way, and I should ask Mr. Hampton, in the BPDA, it talked about no building code relief. Why was that? I don't see the need for that, but I'm curious.
The same reason that you and Madam Chairwoman had spoken of earlier in the hearing, that we also received the same plans that you looked at. And even though the note does say it will be 7'6", it doesn't show it.
Yes, okay.
So what is the motion again?
So the motion is to approve with BPDA design review, but to hold signature until the complete set of plans are submitted and reviewed.
And did you want no building code relief?
Well, if the complete set of plans show that it's 7'6", then there's no need.
Okay, is there a second?
Can I say something, Madam Chair, again, Chef Hampton?
Yes, please, go ahead.
If you look at this building, I don't think there are any external changes. I think this was a blanket cover vote from our planner, to be honest with you. I think, and Attorney Lenz can probably state this, I don't think we need to have design review on this.
Okay.
So Mr. Ehrlich, I'm thinking that we need to hold for signature and we need no code relief. Does that make sense?
That's fine.
Is there a second?
Can I just ask, Madam Chair, I apologize. So a section.
Mr. Lenz, no, hold on. This is a board discussion at this point. Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So a section plan, Madam Chair, for the basement is what's required.
Yes, a section or an elevation. Actually, it might be nice to just have elevations as well, but certainly a section.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1112173, 65 to 69 Atlantic Avenue. This is a first floor storefront, expand from an existing restaurant, the Daily Catch. 1,700 square foot to an abutting premises of office, retail, a laser salon, 650 square feet, with 3 existing egress, 2 bathrooms, ventilation, sprinkler, kitchen hood will all remain the same. Remove the demising walls to create an open floor plan. The violation of Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use in an MFR sub-district is conditional. And Article 54, Section 9, accessory use of outdoor seating for 80 persons. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, good morning, members of the board. My name is Attorney Michael Brangwyn, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Calamari Waterfront Corp., doing business as the Daily Catch at 65 to 69 Atlantic Avenue in Boston. With me today on the hearing is Maria Fedora, the president of Calamari Waterfront Corp., and Basil Fedora, the general manager. Also with us is architect David Hajian. And the applicant is currently operating a restaurant in approximately 1,700 square feet of space on the ground floor of the building, the existing building. This application is to expand the space, approximately 650 square feet, into adjacent space that is currently utilized as an office retail use with a laser salon, all on the ground floor at Atlantic Avenue. And the change really that we're seeking today is essentially to remove a demising wall to create an open floor plan and allow for more seating at the restaurant. The board may be familiar with the Daily Catch. They've operated locations, currently 2 locations in Boston, and they had operated an additional location in the Seaport at one point. That location was transferred to the Atlantic Avenue location recently, and also locations outside of Boston. But it's a family-run business with the Fedora family, and they strive to be a responsible business member of the local community, and also provide fresh Sicilian-style seafood and pasta to residents of the North End. And as part of the process, I should say that initially it was contemplated that the applicant would be seeking or applying for outdoor seating. After discussions with Mr. Giamato at ISD, it was decided that they would not be pursuing that at this time. The applicant does anticipate perhaps in the future pursuing outdoor seating, but that's not part of the request that we're here for today. We're simply
So hold on. So as I'm looking at this request, the violation, which is Article 54, Section 9, accessory use for outdoor seating for 80 people, is then removed from the application, and the only violation that you're requesting relief from is Article 9, Section 1, extension of non-conforming use, and as I understanding, it's for 650 square feet. Is that right?
Yes. Go ahead, Maria. Go ahead, Maria.
No, I am sorry. I apologize for that confusion. We are seeking to also use the courtyard for seasonal outdoor seating. However, the discussion between our landlord, Wharf Realty Trust, and ourselves as their tenants was that it would be offered to us for use for outdoor seating if we were successful in expanding into the current laser hair salon and
so you're
the entire the first floor.
So Maria, let me just see if I get this right.
I apologize.
So today you're requesting the extension of non-conforming use for 650 square feet, and at a future date, you anticipate requesting outdoor seating for 80 people? Is that what is that what I'm understanding?
Well, it's the horse and the cart. We can't do the outdoor seating until we occupy the remainder of the first floor as one tenant.
So all I know is that for this board, we need clarity about what we are working on. If it's just 650 square feet, that's a different story than if it's 650 square feet plus 80 people. You know, so you just need to be clear with us what it is that you are requesting of us today.
Today, I am requesting the expansion and rezoning of the 650 square feet for us to expand our back of the house restaurant operations.
Okay, so that is the only thing that's on the table is the 650 square feet.
Well, we also did include the outdoor seating.
Are you going to proceed with that, or are you going to withdraw that?
Yes, we also want to include that, yes.
Okay, so
it's current during this pandemic, we have had.
Okay, hold on. So to clarify, and for the record, the applicant is going ahead requesting relief from both Article 9, Section 1 and Article 54, Section 9. So given that information, can the attorney for this case tell us about how many square feet is anticipated for the outdoor seating and where it's anticipated for?
Well, I think the best person to speak to that may be our architect, who's also on the line. Mr. Hodgin, do you want to answer the questions regarding the outdoor seating aspect of the plans?
Yeah, I'm not certain he was able to get on because I don't see his name.
Okay.
The exterior wall of the existing 650 square feet faces the private courtyard known as Commercial Wharf Way, and it would run the length of the building, which is...
Okay, and how many square feet is that?
I'm trying to find that right now. I apologize, I didn't anticipate that question, I'm sorry. It is 8 and 6 is 14 feet deep, and the length runs, the length runs
Mr. Ehrlich, can you help with that?
approximately, the courtyard would be approximately 600 square feet, which is the shaded area on the drawing that we're looking at right now.
Okay. And what would your hours of operation be?
Our transfer of our beer, wine, and cordial license is from 11 in the morning till 1 a.m., with the understanding from our neighborhood meetings that were held last fall that the outdoor dining would cease at 10 p.m. on the weekend.
Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is John Romano of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, we'd like to go on record to support this project.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to leave this at the board's discretion, but she would like to encourage continued conversation between the proponent and the abutters regarding their concerns on the ventilation.
So Ricardo, can you please amplify what is the issue with the with the ventilation?
Yeah, I think some of the abutters have complained regarding, my understanding is the noise that's going to be created by the new ventilation system, or the new location for the ventilation system. They reached out to our office to express those concerns. I know there's been some conversation between the abutters and the applicant on those concerns, and the council would just like to encourage those conversations to continue.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, and we would like to go on record supporting Councilor Edwards. What Councilor Edwards has to say. Would like to see the owner meet with the abutters regarding the exhaust system. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I address, I had meant to address before we were taking questions, the issue with the abutters, and I can speak to that issue briefly. Before.
Tell us who you are again. I'm sorry.
This is Attorney Michael Brangwin on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
As part of my initial presentation, I wanted to mention that we did meet with the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Association and the North End Waterfront Neighborhood Council. And we received support from Nunic, but we did receive opposition.
I'm honestly not interested, because we will hear from everybody. What I need to hear from you, if you're going to take time on this call, is about how the the noise is going to be addressed.
Yes, Madam Chair, and that was what I was getting to. I think that the issue that, as I understand it, and Maria can also speak to this issue, but had related to cooking, the cooking fumes or the smell of cooking as part of the ventilation system. And this was brought to the applicant's attention at the Waterfront Neighborhood Council meeting. And since that time, the applicant has worked, and Maria can speak to what they've done to try to address this. And they're working on changing the filters and taking whatever steps necessary to mitigate any of the issues that were raised. And I think Maria has submitted some things to ISD and to the board, and she can speak further on what has been done.
Maria, can you quickly respond to the steps that you are taking to decrease the sound and the ventilation issues?
Yes, Madam Chair. I actually don't have any information or any complaints that were submitted based on a noise level. This is strictly where the louver vent from our PCU unit exhausts onto Hanover Street. This was installed in 2016 and has been operating under the two previous tenants that ran restaurant operations. We have been informed by the neighbors, our butters at the Prince Building, that they are suffering to some extent on different days from odor that may or may not waft through the air to their upper balconies. And this was brought to our attention at the Newver meeting on the 10th of September. We have been in contact with our captive air vendor, who is the manufacturer of this state-of-the-art exhaust system, and they have recommended to replace the third level. There are 3 stages of filters in our ventilation system that is existing. One is to mitigate the grease filters. There's 10 of them. Another one is for the vapors, which is 10 of them. And then the third stage are charcoal filters that are of carbon. And Captive Air has recommended and has ordered and is in shipping to us right now 10 new filters that are 50-50 blend that they feel confident will mitigate the current emission of odors.
Okay.
So, and we certainly...
Hold on. So given that information, that there is something in the works to ameliorate the current exhaust, the odor from the exhaust system, can I hear from people who are in opposition to this project or in opposition?
Madam Chair, before, this is Secretary here. We do have one letter of support. I didn't know you were going to go right to opposition, but we also have 2 letters of opposition, and the opposition basically is explaining the same thing in regards to the ventilation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before you take the testimony, am I correct in understanding that the complaints about the ventilation are from another site, not the one under proposal?
May I answer that question?
Yes, please go ahead.
The premise that we currently occupy, 1,700 square feet, consists of a 20-foot cooking line with a 24-foot duct that louvers.
Yes or no? Is it a different location or same?
The restaurant will continue to operate with the existing ventilation. It will not change with the additional 650 square feet. So
I think what we need clarity on is, were the complaints about Atlantic Ave, or was it a complaint about a different location that you might be running in the neighborhood?
I believe the applicant mentioned Hanover Street, so that was my confusion as well.
No.
All we're looking at is Atlantic Ave. Please.
That is correct. 65 Atlantic Avenue. Yes, that is correct.
So that is the place where you received complaints about odor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's stop right there. Let's go ahead. Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, there's people that want to speak in favor. Do you want to speak?
Yes, please, let's hear from in favor, and then we'll move. And how many people in favor do you have, Ms. Ambassador?
I only have one that said they're in favor, but there's at least 8 people that want to speak.
So I'm going to take the one person in support, and I'm going to hear from 3 people in opposition. Anybody else who is in opposition, please send us a note via chat.
Jennifer, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm speaking in opposition. We're at 63 Atlantic Ave.
I'm mute you right now. Let me, hold on, please. Jan?
Jane?
Hi.
Hi. Hi. I'm in support. I want to go on record as being in support. I am
Your name and address, please.
Jane Orlandello. I reside at 33 Wildwood Drive in Lynnfield, Mass., but I'm a trustee for Commercial Wharf West and the Wharf Realty Trust. I want to say good morning, Madam Chairwoman and the members of the board. We respectfully acknowledge the concerns of the opposition, and the Daily Catch is currently working very hard to mitigate their concerns. We have been good neighbors with the Prince Building and the abutters for over 50 years. We are in support of this hardworking, hands-on family. They don't sit back and let someone else manage. They're in there working every single day. They bring a lot to the neighborhood. They are trying to make their business work during this very difficult public health crisis, and they have improved the space. They've even commissioned landscapers to make the area that they're at much more palatable to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Like the extra space.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we go ahead and hear from the opposition?
Yes.
Gerald, you're on. You're on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Olenoff. With me is Kathy McDonald.
And what's your address, please?
What's your address?
63 Atlantic Avenue.
Okay,
Kathy,
and tell us what your opposition is based on.
well, first of all, I've never heard before anything about the outdoor seating, which has been operating for over 2 months on 7 days a week. So I am totally confused. Is it licensed to operate or unlicensed?
So to answer your question, that is what they're requesting today. They're asking to formalize that outdoor seating because I guess under COVID situations, they were doing outdoor seating. But I need to know exactly what your opposition is based on.
Our opposition is from the intense odor that comes from the Daily Catch. The Prince Building is 7 feet away from the exhaust. It shares a common wall with 65 Atlantic Avenue. We've been talking about this odor since October last year. This is nothing new. October last year.
Okay, so thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
Caller, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me? I'm Ann Devlin Taliaferro. I'm not on Zoom. I'm on audio.
Okay,
I live at 63.
Go ahead.
I live at 63 Atlantic Avenue. The previous restaurant never had any more, not even 20 patrons there. They're talking about 80 people outside and I don't know how many people inside. The shop that they're talking about, the exhaust system on Hanover Street, has 6 tables inside their building. I've been here for over 25 years. I'm totally opposed to this ventilation system and the exhaust system and the odor.
Thank you. We have one more in opposition, and please use your time to give us new information.
Jennifer, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. This is Jennifer Crampton at 63 Atlantic Ave. I think the angle that the board needs to hear is that the ventilation system has been in use for the past restaurants, but I think has not been put through the volume that the Daily Catch is fortunate to have, and the ventilation system seems insufficient. We have our letter that we submitted for the record includes information from an engineer that we engaged.
Hold on, can I just ask you, we've heard enough about the ventilation system. Can you tell me about the opinion about the outdoor seating and the extension of 650 square feet for the kitchen use? Because the applicant has said they will be dealing with the exhaust issues, I'm assuming you guys will be in conversation, but here we are looking at the outdoor seating and the extension of 650 square feet.
Got it. I think that the extensions that they're talking about may not be smart without fixing the ventilation system, and I don't know that what they're proposing will mitigate the issues, and that's our concern, kind of, allowing the expansion, which will push the ventilation system to a further stress, which it may not be able to handle. So our opposition is really focused on the ventilation.
Okay, if anybody else is here to speak in opposition, please put a line in and chat to everybody so that we have it in the record.
Madam Chair, Catherine O'Donnell McDonald is present and is the trustee at 63 Atlantic Ave and wants to go on record of opposition.
No, we're fine. We've heard enough opposition. Is there anybody here from an elected official's office? If not, anybody who has comments in opposition, please put it in chat. In the meantime, given this information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion for approval with a proviso that the applicant install a state-of-the-art ventilation system.
And that we acknowledge that the food, because this is a conditional use, that service stop at 10 p.m., as the applicant has stated.
I'm sorry, were you responding to me?
Yes,
didn't hear.
yes, as a possible second proviso, that service stop at 10 p.m.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please, Maria?
Yes.
You've heard the issues that we are hearing. Please continue to be in touch with the neighborhood, with the elected official, and with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, so that everybody is aware of the steps you're taking to deal with the exhaust and the odor issues. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1025549, 22 Braddock Park. This is to confirm occupant as an existing single-family, construct a new rear deck and roof deck. Also extend living space into the basement and propose a rear patio with 2 off-street parking. The violations, Article 32, Section 4, consist of the G-card applicability, and Article 64, Section 9.4, townhouse row house extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Hear me okay? For the record, Lawrence Estacaro, 10 Post Office Square. I represent the Nielsen family, and they're seeking to be able to complete their renovations on their family home. Tate and Laura are on the call. My co-counsel Kyle Smith. We have the architects available, Joseph Kennard and Steve Stefanoff, and the construction team, Bill Moretti and Mark Gagne. There were plans that were reviewed during the winter months pre-COVID-19, and after that first community meeting, the Wilsons revised their plans significantly.
So, Mr. Decora, I want to make sure that the plans we have in front of us are what are the most recent plans.
To the best of my knowledge, they are, and
okay. So hold on 1 second. Christian, do you want to go on record? Christian, you on?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. We have both the BWSC approval and no harm letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have the letter as well.
Thank you. So now let's go to the extension of the row house, townhouse extension. Tell us about that roof deck and access to that roof deck.
anymore. The plans were revised The only relief is for the deck, which is on a lower level. And that is comparable to that of others on that side of Braddock Park. And that was agreed to with the neighbors at a meeting which Faisal Sharif conducted some weeks ago on a Zoom platform. So that's the only relief being sought, is for that deck to the rear of the property. The roof elements were eliminated after the relief needed for the roof was no longer necessary as a result of the revisions made in the second set of plans. And again, Mr. Kennard and Mr. Stefanoff can review them. They are available.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Can I have the architect on? Can you please tell us about the roof deck, the dimensions of the roof deck, and the dimensions of the new rear deck?
Joe and Steve?
The fact that this is taking the applicant this long to get moving. Mr. Ehrlich, can you fill in any information on this?
Yeah.
Mr. Ehrlich, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Ehrlich.
Okay, the plans are fine. The roof deck is accessed by hatch. It's set back a little bit from the front, and since it's a sloped roof, it actually, the facade of the front covers a little bit of it. And the rear, the grade the unit is at grade level. So the concerns that we typically have are not concerns here. It's a good design.
Okay. Tell us about the rear deck.
Okay, if you look at, here, I'm pulling up my plans. If you look at A30, there's a building section that shows pretty much, it shows the rear deck at grade level, and it shows the roof deck up above. So that should give you pretty, A3.0, yeah, that one coming up, there you go.
Okay, and this is the south end, so
Right.
so does it conform with our standards for the south end?
Has it got, Mr. DeCara, has it gone through landmarks?
Is it bracket supported is what we need to know.
Right, I'm just wondering whether yes.
Yes, the only remaining issue with the South End Landmarks Commission is the windows, and we're working that out right now to replicate the windows. Everything else is okay.
So we need to know, because we always ask for bracket supported decks. Is this bracket supported or not?
To be real honest with you, I do not know. And I thought that the architect was going to be on the call, and I have not heard from him. And I don't know whether Moretti or Gagne, who are the construction team, may be available and could speak.
Okay, right here, anybody who should support, please put your name and address on the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office. I held an abutters meeting back in November 2019 for this proposal. It looked very different at the time. There were a number, several dozen neighbors that came out that were opposed to both an addition and roof elements and different things. We've had another meeting in July of 2020. They are generally supportive of the rear deck addition only. Again, a rear deck that's only extending 6 feet. We just want to put that on the record. that it shouldn't be further than 6 feet, that's bracket supported, the normal standards that this board and landmarks also have for the south end. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in seeking support. We'll reach out to neighbors and abutters and heard no concerns. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Aisha, did you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we heard you. I just don't know. I think Madam Chairwoman might be having some difficulties. Madam Chair? I think she might be having some difficulties. Just hold the line.
Aisha, hi, it's Kevin. There's a notification over her screen that says that there's a low bandwidth issue, it looks like, so hopefully she can get it resolved in a minute or two.
Okay, thank you. Anna, just hold the line, okay?
Board members, the secretary here. Maybe we can get Christine back, so maybe we should just take maybe a 10-minute break until we can get Christine back online.
Yeah, I just got a text from the chair that says she has a power outage. So I think that that's a wise suggestion. I would propose that we take it's now 11 o'clock, and let's adjourn till 11:10, and hopefully she can resolve the issues.
Why don't we go, Mark, why don't we make it, well, she's gonna have a power outage, we don't know how long it's gonna be, so why don't we do 11:15 at least?
Okay, well, if it's, I mean, I think 10 minutes she'll know, and then maybe we can figure out an alternative if she can't. Well,
I'm gonna pause the recording.
Let's reconvene at 11:10 and just see where she's at.
Very good.
Okay.
That's not good. Don't miss a beat. I know we're in testimony. I think we're getting there.
Yes, please, Kevin, if, please, Mark, if you could pull that into the record.
Okay. Calling VOA 102-255-4922 Braddock Park.
Can I have, and Teresa, can you please put your name and address on the record and continue with your testimony?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Can you please, I'm sorry I had a power outage here, so if you could please give your testimony again, my apologies.
No worries. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record with the board that our office held an abutters meeting back in November 2019 in person, in which the applicants proposed proposed adding an addition, a head house, and different items that are now removed from the proposal. The current proposal as it stands, we do support. We had an abutters meeting in late July of 2020, and what was proposed basically was a rear deck and a roof deck with a hatch opening. And the rear deck, again, what we support is the standard for the south end, which is a 6-foot extension and bracketed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, are you going to speak on the record?
Yes, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. The councillor would like to go on record in support of this proposal. We've reached out to neighbors and abutters and heard no concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else here to speak on this project? May I have a minute, please?
Madam Chair, can I ask Ms. Sharif, you talk about the 6-foot standard that is part of the south end. Would that be something that would be imposed by landlords?
Jeff has a rear yard piece in there. Does the BPDA have a rear yards?
No, I was actually asking for this.
So
It has been approved by landmarks, Mr. Irwin. So, approved by landmarks.
Mr. McCarthy, we have a very specific standard of bracket supported 6 feet.
It is bracket supported.
That's what we want to make sure happens here.
It is 6 feet, it is bracket supported. The architect couldn't get in, he sent me a text.
Okay, because on the drawing, it's actually there's a lot of visual noise, I'm not quite sure why. But on the drawing,
I think that would help.
Madam Chair, I have to mute Lawrence because it's too much issues with his audio.
Okay. Okay, so Jeff, can I have you on, please, a minute?
Yes, Madam Chair, Jeff Hampton, BPDA. We recommended deferral because we had confusing plans. We had more than one set of plans submitted to the BPDA. Our position, and I know it's always been the board's position, that any rear deck extending into the rear yard is a maximum of 6 foot and must be bracket supported. We support ONS's comments on that. It seems a little confusing on the plans that I see. It almost looks like this deck is post-supported, and that we do not support. So if this were to be approved, we'd ask for a design review and that the deck be bracket supported and no bigger than 6 feet.
Okay, Mr. Hampton, if you look at drawing A 1.2, it shows 10 feet from the edge of from the back of the house to the deck, to the back of the deck. It's a little confusing because there's a bump out where the sliders are, so it's actually less there, but it's still more than 6 feet.
But I just want to clarify, Jeff, for the rear yard, we can request BPDA design review.
You always have, usually, unless it's seen from a public way, landmarks really doesn't touch the rear decks. They may have in this case. However, if you were to approve it, I'd ask for the 6 foot bracket supported deck.
Okay.
One last quick to Mr. Ehrlich's point earlier about whether we were asking landmarks to review this. We're 100% on the same page as BPDA. We did see conflicting designs. Sometimes it looked like it was extending 7 feet or more. We just want to be on the record that the only, we're asking for a proviso from the board that it matches that standard that you normally approve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So Mark, I suppose we could do a design review?
Yes.
Plus, okay, and to pre-emphasize 6 foot. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the BPDA design review specifically to make sure that the deck is no more than 6 feet and is bracket supported.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Pardon?
Oh, did we take testimony?
No.
We heard from Anna and
Okay, I'm sorry, that was premature.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Nielsen, you're unmuted.
Hi, everyone. This is Tate Nielsen, the owner here. I just wanted to clarify on the
We're taking testimony right now, sir.
So,
You're
anybody
unmuted.
else?
Oh,
You're unmuted.
this is Joseph Kennard, the architect. I would like to,
You know what? This is taking far too much time. We have a motion on the table, right? Let's have a second to that. Is there a second to Mr. Ehrlich's motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with that proviso. Good luck.
Calling the last two cases of 9:30, calling BOA 1092866, 16 Preble Street. There is a companion case, BOA 1098228, 18 Preble Street. This is for 16. Install a roof deck to access from an existing head house. Roof deck for exclusive use to the top floor unit. Roof. Decking to be existing rubber roof pavers. No change in the height. Violation of Article 16, Section 1. The height is excessive. This is for 18 Preble. Install a roof deck access to an existing head house. Roof deck for exclusive use of the top floor unit. Roof decking to be existing rubber roof. No change in height. The violation of Article 15, Section 1. The floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 19, Section 1, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 16, Section 1, the height is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, is my audio okay? It seems there are some audio issues today. Can I be heard
We can
well
hear
enough?
you perfectly.
Very good, thank you. I represent Cedarwood Development, David Winnick and David Mateo. 16 and 18 Preble are two rental buildings. 16 Preble is a 9-unit building. 18 Preble is a 6-unit building. These two applications are to erect a private roof deck on the roof of each building. On 16 Preble, it would be approximately 13 feet by 16 feet. It would be for the exclusive use of and access to through Unit 7 of that building. And at 18 Preble Street, the roof deck is approximately 15 feet by 15 feet. It would be accessed by and for the exclusive use of Unit 5 of that building. These buildings, each building has an existing head house. The access would run off of that head house. In the case of 18, there'd be a relocation of the stairs. And because there would be a new stairway connected, that gave rise to the FAR violation cited with respect to 18 Preble because the risers create a floor area, even though they're only stairs. 18 also has a side yard violation. That relates to the side of the building that is connected to 16 Preble. It's 16 and
Mr.
16.
Mr. Moranci, can you hold on for a second? Were these addresses before the Board of Appeal in the recent past or in the past?
Yes, the buildings were approved in 2015 and 2016, just about 1 year apart. My clients did one building, I believe I don't know the order, but they did one building, and then the owner of the adjacent lot essentially, saw the progress of that and offered to sell them the next door parcel, and they purchased that, and that was approved by this board about 1 year later.
And were there any other appeals in the meantime?
No, that's it. It was just the approval of both buildings.
And did they come in originally with these with the roof decks and with the head houses?
No, there was no roof decks planned at the time because they were rental buildings. I believe that the community wanted to see evidence that the buildings were going to be well managed. This is in the Andrews Square neighborhood, and the head houses are existing. These both were.
Let me ask you again for clarity. Were the head houses approved when we approved the project in 2015 and 2016?
I don't recall. I looked at the decisions. There's no proviso for striking a penthouse or for.
I understand, but it might have been in the plans that there were no head houses at that time in the plans that were approved. I need clarification on.
I don't recall. Both buildings went through BRA design review. They received BRA design review approval. 16 Preble is a building with an elevator. So it requires roof access just for, if anything, to service the elevator override. 18 does not have an elevator, but it does have a penthouse. I didn't go back and look at my testimony or look at the 2015 or 2016 hearings. As I said, I did verify in each decision that neither decision speaks to penthouses or roof decks, and neither one has a proviso but for BPDA design review.
Okay. Okay. So, the basically 16 Preble has an elevator, and so has a penthouse for access to it. 18 Preble does not have an elevator, and so it's likely that that head house was just constructed post-construction and post-approval by the BPDA, right?
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Hampton at the BPDA. I'm pulling up old plans that we have in our system, and there's no reference to any sort of head house on their plans. I'd like to double check, maybe double back on this. Especially with the board's feeling about head houses. The plans I'm looking at right now show no head houses at all. So I'd like to double back to see if this indeed was done at the request of whomever may have done the design review at this point. I don't have plans that show head houses.
Jeff, are your plans stamped? I'm just curious myself. Are you looking at stamped design review approved plans?
I'm looking at the ones that were submitted to the Board of Appeal dated October 27, 2014.
Okay, but not the BPDA approved.
But why would, the question to me becomes, why would BPDA approve penthouses when they were, or head houses when they were not in the plans?
Exactly. Madam Chair, I mean, it's one thing that, as you point out, it's one thing to have a head house for an elevator because it serves a function. It's another thing to put a head house when there's no elevator nor a roof deck. There's absolutely no reason for it at all. And the only reason would be, as you pointed out, in anticipation of later coming back to us for a head house. So I don't think we should go forward with this until Mr. Hampton can determine if they put the head house up in violation of anything that we approve or the BPA did in design review, then I don't see why we should reward them with a roof deck.
And I think also the issue is if we approve plans without head houses,
exactly,
and the BPDA approved plans with head houses, they might have been exceeding their authority in doing that. You know,
well, Mr. Hampton seems to indicate that they didn't. So yes. I would make a motion for a deferral until this can be straightened out. But if it, I can tell you right now, if in fact they built a head house without the approval, then there should be no reward for this.
So may I have a motion for deferral?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Tyrone.
Thank you, Tyrone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
December 1st at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton, can you make a determination about what was approved and what wasn't?
I can try to get that answer for the board, hopefully before the hearings end today.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the 11:30s for deferrals or withdrawals. Can you please give me the address before you speak? I'm calling for deferrals for 11:30 only and withdrawals. Are there any raised hands?
James Christopher?
Hi, yeah, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We'd like to request 11 Pacific Street.
Okay, for the record, calling BOA 993-501 11 Pacific Street. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is James Christopher with the business address of 415 Neponset Ave with the project architects. At this time, we request a deferral to continue working through the community process with the abutters to make revisions to the proposed project.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
You have a date of December 1st at 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other raised hands?
I had raised my hand. This is Attorney John Barry related to 11 Pacific Street. I had raised my hand, but Mr. Christopher addressed that already with the board. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I see no other raised hands.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the first case for 11:30. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, yeah. We have 2 minutes. I'm sorry. 1 minute. I realize that.
Mr. Fortune, you're on mute. I don't know if you intend to be on mute.
No, Madam Chair, I didn't realize it was only 11:28 when I asked for 11:30, so my apologies. And council just told me, so we're just waiting for the 1130 to show up.
Okay. On my clock, it has.
All right, I'm going by your clock. So we're going to call the first case for 11:30, I'm sorry, yes, for 11:30, calling BOA 1003148, 50 Elm Street. This is installation of a driveway and an accompanying curb cut for 2 parking spots. The violation, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of off-street parking, not to be located more than 5 feet from the side lot line. Name and address for the record, please.
Ms. Ambassador, is the applicant on the line?
I don't see her on the line, but the liaison for the mayor's office has a raised hand. I don't know if he has anything to tell us. If you don't mind, if I can unmute him.
Please do.
Quinlan?
I do not have anything to say. I'm just here to speak on the proposal.
Thanks.
So tell us what your opinion is, Quinlan.
Our office was in opposition to this proposal. We did hold a meeting early last year. A lot of people attended that meeting on the street and were opposed to this project as well. Specifically with the curb cut, taking away resident parking, but the neighbor next door as well thought the driveway was too close to his house.
Okay. Okay, so let's, thank you. Let's move on to the next case, because it looks like the 11:30 agenda isn't that long.
Madam Chair, I will hold that case.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, we'll hold that case. I'll call the next one. Calling BOA 999-497, 7 Smith Court. This is construct an addition on the 3rd floor for a new family room and bathroom, construct a new roof deck. The violation is Article 15, Section 15-1, the floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 20, Section 4, the rear yard in the H districts. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jeff Miller of 7 Smith Court. Architect for the project, a business address of 142 Berkeley Street in Boston.
Jim, you're kind of fading out. Can you please tell us what's being proposed?
Yes, Jeff would like to make one initial statement, if that would be okay.
Yes, please keep it brief.
Yep, so my name is Jeff Miller. I'm the owner of 7 Smith Court together with my wife, Amy, who's a women's cancer surgeon in Boston. At Mass General, we have 2 daughters, a 2.5-year-old and an 8-month-old. We're proposing a new room and bathroom to the roof of our home in place of a dilapidated roof deck that currently stands on the spot to allow us to stay in the home, neighborhood, and wider city that we love. To date, we have letters of support from
Okay,
residents.
so hold on. We will hear about this, about your public process later on. Can we just go ahead with your proposal, Mr. Burke? Speak to that, please.
Yes, if we could go to the first slide there of the first drawing, it's a photograph actually, just to give some context for this. This is the house there with the American flag. It's the 7 Smith Court. Next to it is number 5, which is a 3-story building, and then beyond is a 4-story building that fronts on South Phillips Street.
Collect, please. Could you back up to the view, the street view?
Yeah, this is. Okay, this is the plot plan of the property here.
Somebody didn't want to do the count on these 2 pages.
It is a 548 square foot lot. So it's quite small.
Yeah, okay, so we see the African Meeting House. We see the maroon building, and this wants to match the maroon building in height.
It will, but it's set back, so you can see there's a mock-up there that we've done for the neighbors, some yellow tape. That would be the roof line, so it's set back 6 feet from the existing front wall of the house.
And is this a historic district?
Yes, it is. We're in the Beacon Hill Historic District.
And has Beacon Hill looked at it yet?
No, they asked us to go to zoning first.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are okay. Mr. Burke, the usual set of questions. What's the basement height, floor to ceiling?
That's an existing basement that's at 7 feet.
Okay.
But the extension is proposed for the top floor.
That is correct. You can see it's going to be, it'll have a 8-foot ceiling at the top floor.
Okay, and the roof deck, it looks like it's being accessed by hatch, correct?
Well, there is we show the existing plans now. There's a roof deck there now through a hatch with a lattice around it, and we're proposing to remove all that. We originally proposed a roof deck at the rear. You can see on the lower left drawing of the proposed elevations, but working with the neighbors, we agreed to remove that deck. And that's where we have an 8-foot rear setback. 10 feet is required in this neighborhood for this size lot.
And how is it accessed?
Well, the deck that you see in the drawing is on the neighbor's house at number 5 Smith Court. And I want to show that our addition is no higher than their existing deck. And we have agreed not to ask for a deck and, when working with that neighbor, so.
And they are one of the owners of 5 Smith Court, that maroon house, are one of our letters of support.
Thank you.
Okay, but you still didn't answer my question. The access to the deck.
There'll be no deck on our building. The railing you see there is the neighbor's deck.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
That is accessed through a hatch.
Got it.
No deck on our.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Quinlan?
I think this would be Shanice.
Oh, yeah, Quinlan has his hand raised. Anybody to speak in support?
Madam Chair, the secretary here. We have about 30 letters of support and about 10 letters of opposition.
Okay. May I hear from anybody in support?
I have couple of raised hands, Madam Chair. Lauren, you're unmuted.
My name is Lauren Sherman. I actually would like to speak with an as a voice of opposition. So let me know if this is a good time or I should wait.
Yes, please go ahead to put your name and address on the record.
Yes. My name is Lauren Sherman. I'm the owner of 38 South Russell Street, apartment number 3. I am a direct abutter to the building across the alleyway from 7 Smith Court. My husband, Theodore Sauer, and I are in strong opposition of the variance and exception request for this property. We oppose this request for the following 4 reasons. First, the construction of the 3rd floor will significantly block the natural light and air coming into our apartment from the Smith Court side of our building. We live on the 2nd floor of 38 South Russell Street.
Excuse me, can you please not read to us, but just highlight your points for us, your 4 points? So the first one was light your space. What's the second point?
Construction is going to substantially change the views from our apartment. We live, on the 2nd floor, and all of our back windows from our bedrooms and bathrooms look out onto 7 Smith Court and to the road. And the construction of the 3rd floor, where you have the where they're changing the lattice structure of the roof deck and then proposing to put up solid walls, is going to, significantly block and change our views. The third is that I feel by allowing a variance for the property, it's this smart. It's going to simply set a precedent for the neighborhood. These zoning laws, in my opinion, are meant to protect our communities, and this could set a precedent for the rest of the neighborhood of other types of invasive, expansion projects that will be detrimental to the direct abutters. And finally, I really believe that the noise and air pollution that's going to be caused by this construction is going to have a lot of disruption for my family. Similarly to the owners of 7 Smith Court, I also have 2 small children, 2 toddlers of school age, and I'm concerned about maintaining the privacy. So I respectfully ask this board to oppose this. And I think that it's important to take into consideration the strong opposition that the people within 38 South Russell Street as direct abutters have to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shanice Pimentel with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal went through an extensive community process and has received tons of letters of support, including from direct abutters and the museum. However, at this time, we cannot go on record in support. They were opposed by the Beacon Hill Civic Association, as well as many direct abutters have submitted very detailed letters of opposition, and we just feel that the community process should continue at this time. So the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition to this proposal at this moment. There was a good discussion and dialogue between the proponent and abutters, but at this time we are not able to support the proposal due to overwhelming opposition. We also received a letter of opposition from the Beacon Hill Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I have a couple of raised hands.
Let's go for it.
Gerard.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Yep, I'm Jared Cole. I live on Beacon Hill, pretty nearby, a few streets
What's your
over.
address, please? What is your address?
It is 4 Goodwin Place.
Okay.
And I want to speak in support of the project. Just to simply say that I do think that we need to have a smart and succinct plans to kind of be able to do small changes like this. I know that it affects direct abutters in certain ways, and I'm sure it'll change the view from their windows and things like that. But at the same time, part of the city and being able to keep a dynamic city in a crazy world like today, I think we have to be able to adapt to change. And we have to understand that the city won't stay the same in order to thrive and be an active and vibrant community. So that's why I would like to strongly support it.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak?
Yeah, hello? This
Go
is Rob
ahead.
Whitney. Thank you. I'm Rob Whitney. I live at 17 Phillips Street. I am the chair of the board of directors of the Beacon Hill Civic Association. Our 23-member board voted unanimously in opposition to this proposal. We are strongly opposed, both because it will irreparably harm and damage an important wooden house at number 7 Smith Court that's over 200 years old, but also because the vast majority of immediate abutters to 7 Smith Court have opposed this proposed addition, as it is directly detrimental to their enjoyment of their properties. I wanted to also note that the Boston Preservation Alliance has specifically submitted a letter in opposition to this plan, as has the National Park Service, which is the administrator of the Boston African American National Historic Site, of which number 7 Smith Court is an integral part. In their opposition letter, which the board has, they expressed their great concern about these alterations and that the changes to the property had the potential to adversely affect the overall integrity of the Smith Court land's streetscape. This home is as I mentioned, 200 years old. It's one of the few remaining wooden houses on Beacon Hill. It directly abuts, as you saw from the picture, the African Museum of African American History. Its significance to the history of Black Americans cannot be underestimated.
Hold on, Ms. Ambassador, Mr. Whitney, we're done. Anybody else to speak? Given this information, may I have a motion, please?
Excuse me,
Yes, please take a moment to rebut.
I'm just receiving messages from a number of our supporters who say they are trying to speak and not being able to.
So tell them to put in information in the chat, that they should just put information in the chat and have it go to everybody, because we do see that.
Okay.
Okay, so in the meantime, may I have a motion, please?
Can I just say, before the motion, just as a point of fact, the only public vote ever taken at the Beacon Hill Civic Association's own zoning and licensing committee was a vote prospectively in favor of our project. Everything else that has emerged from the Civic Association's executive board was in contravention and behind the back of that body's own vote. And I think the board before us today really needs to understand that that has become the nature of this process, and that is also what is at stake here.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I just wanted, on behalf of the Civic Association.
I want everybody muted, please. Everybody, okay? So I would just ask Mr. Burke, what is the total square foot of that addition? Can you?
It is 307 square feet.
It's 307 square feet, and it's set back from the front of the building. Okay.
And the back.
Okay. So given that information, given all the discussion, may I have a motion on this project?
I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice. I think there's an opportunity to come up with a solution that can satisfy all parties.
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So that is the decision. Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 992-849, 190 Calumet Street. This is to extend living space for Unit 1 into a portion of the basement. The violations, Article 59, Section 8. Floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Timothy Burke. My address is 142 Berkeley Street in Boston. Architect for the project, and with us today is also the owner of the house, Sean.
So how many units in this building? And it looks like it's extension of living space into the basement. Tell us what is going to be the use of that basement space? Is it a bedroom? Tell us about the floor to ceiling height, and also let us know whether the utilities are going to be in a separate space.
Thank you. This, you see in front of you the existing plans, and then the next sheet shows the proposed plans. They're proposing to have 2 bedrooms added to the basement. It's a 2-family building now, and it will remain a 2-family. So each unit would have 4 bedrooms. The mechanical services for each unit are directly accessed. The unit 2 is from the rear door there. You can see a set of steps and a mechanical room for unit 2. And then the unit 1 mechanicals are within their unit.
And what's the floor to ceiling height in the basement?
It will be a finished ceiling height of 7 foot 6 inches.
Okay. And are these condos?
No, these are rental units.
Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Plans are adequate.
The violation, any questions from the board? Mr. Barr, can you speak to the violation?
Yes, the violation is for FAR. It's the one that we are exceeding due to the additional space in the basement. It's a 0.7 FAR for this district, and the upper level is at 0.69, which pushes us to, I believe it was 0.83. I don't have that exact number in front of me. It is on the plans here.
Okay. Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shanice Pimentel with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal was opposed by the Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services and the Community Alliance of Mission Hill. However, the applicant has submitted about 11 letters of support from direct abutters. We feel that this minor change or interior renovation is not enough to oppose this proposal, and we would like to go on record in support at this time. Thank you.
Anybody else speak on this project? Any other raised hands?
None, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So the question becomes, should we be allowing these bedrooms in the basement? They're not forbidden, but they do increase the density in the neighborhood. And these are rentals. They're in Mission Hill. Who have they been rented to in the past?
The owner only rents to young professionals or graduate students. They've told the community that they will not be rented to undergraduates who tend to be more the problem of noise and disruption. I don't think there have been any problems with the existing residents of the house. Also, the basement has actually fairly good windows because of the drop off of the grade, especially the back room would have a very good sized window.
Okay, given this information, may I have a motion, please?
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Burke or the applicant? So each of these units will have 4 bedrooms now?
Yes, that is correct.
And they'll be, you can count on the fact there'll be 4 unrelated people, right?
I'm not sure of the experience. I don't know if the owner, Sean, is on to speak to that.
That's very likely if it's being rented to professionals.
Yeah.
It could be more, it could be more than 4 unrelated, but yeah. So may I have a motion, please?
Well, I guess I'll make a motion to approve, but somewhat reluctantly.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I hear a voices from the remaining 3 members?
I was muted. In favor.
In favor.
Okay,
Awesome.
everybody else in favor? Pardon?
Yes.
Everybody's in support of the motion, okay? I will go on record in opposition to the motion, just because of the density issue. But the motion carries, it's been approved, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 978-496, 95 to 99 Freeport Street. This is proposed to change occupancy to include 10 apartments. The violation is Article 65, Section 21. A multifamily residential unit is the forbidden use in the zoning subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road in Braintree, Mass. For the record, Madam Chair, the purpose was stated wrong. It's for 6 residential units and not 10.
Okay? Did that change your violation in any way?
Not at all.
Okay?
Okay, so we're here today seeking to change the occupancy of the building to include 6 residential units. The zoning subdistrict is light industrial, and the one violation is that the residential units are a forbidden use in the subdistrict. The 6 units will be in the rear on the 2nd floor, and they range in size from 370 square feet to 790 square feet. We have 2 studios and 4 one-bedroom, 1-bath units.
2 studios, and how many 1-bedroom, 1-bath?
4, for a total of 6 units.
So I'm looking at this on, so the building is at the, is it, because it's an L-shaped building, does it have a frontage on Kimball Street?
The frontage is on Freeport Street. But it does have a frontage on Kimball Street as well, as that is the entrance for the beauty school.
Okay.
On the 1st floor.
And so on Freeport Street, so tell us what's happening on the building that is on Kimball Street.
The Kimball Street side, let me just pull it up here if you have it. The Kimball Street side encompasses the 1st floor, encompasses the beauty school. There is a hair and beauty school there on the 1st floor. There's also an adult daycare on the 1st floor as well, on the 1st and 2nd floor, and there's a restaurant on part of the 1st floor as well.
And how about, and is there any occupancy on the upper floors?
Yes, the beauty school encompasses part of the 2nd floor in the front, and then in the rear is where we're proposing to put the residential units.
Okay, and that is 6 residential units, okay?
That is correct. That is correct.
And tell us what's already there on the frontage on Freeport Street.
It's the part on Freeport Street is part of the parking lot. And we have 29 parking spaces total for the building.
So the frontage on Freeport is just an open parking lot?
That's correct.
Okay. 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 Okay, I see it. Okay. So Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
Not too good. If you look at the elevations on A2, you really don't get a sense of, there's very little detail. It's really unclear what the building is going to look like. It's really hard to make any determination. But I'm more concerned about the size of the units. Mr. Small, could you walk us through, you said from the smallest to the largest, could you say what each unit size is going to be?
In addition, just so that we have clarification, if the host can let Mai Fung in, because he is the architect and I know he's on the line as well.
Yes, let's go.
You're unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Mai Fung at 204 Adams Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02122 for the record. This is 6 units total, and the smallest units would be 340. That's a studio, and 350. That's the second unit. That's a studio, and the 1 bedroom should be 740, 759, 580, and 798.
I'm sorry, so what did you say, 580?
Yes, 580. The unit number 6.
Okay. And the one studio was 340. What was the other studio?
The other is 370 square feet.
These are very small units, Madam Chair.
Yep. Yeah.
Mr. Funk, do you have any better drawings of the elevations than what is shown on A2?
Yes, we do. A couple of years ago, we did the renovation for the whole entire building for the beauty school and the adult daycare center on the first floor. We didn't submit that because we thought that it didn't need to, but we do have the drawings. The whole entire building.
I wish you had submitted them with this application.
I'm sorry?
I said, I wish you had submitted them with this application. It's frustrating.
So just to be clear, the lot is an L-shaped lot that goes from Freeport over to Kimball, and this is for the building that may have a Freeport address, but it faces Kimball.
That is correct. The front end for the adult daycare center.
So if you have all this space, you know, I think there's opportunity for you to have some quality units in there rather than these, you know, very, very small units. Did you explore any other options for this property?
Before the application originally, we applied for 10 units. Eric, you want to?
I think if you applied for 10 units, all these 1 bedrooms would have been 300 square feet, close to it, you know. And so this is a slightly better solution, but we are looking for an even better solution.
Yes, we got the number of units was reduced due to meetings with the community and the butters meetings and the meeting with the community group, and so that's why it ended up at 6 and not 10, and both of which have voted to support the project.
Okay, you know, does this project have merit? I'm asking the board. You know,
Madam Chair, this is the standard for the DND and BPDA on minimum size for studios is 500 square feet. Unless it's compact living units, but if it's compact living units, then you're supposed to have all the other amenities that go with it, which is clearly not here.
I have a motion for denial because we don't want to see this configuration again. We need to see something that's different. So may I have a motion for denial?
So,
Madam Chair, can I suggest that we do it now without prejudice? That would give us a chance to come back.
You can come back, but not with this drawing.
Exactly.
With the denial, you can do that. We just don't want to see this, okay?
So then a denial without prejudice will allow us to come back after we change the plan.
Denial without prejudice will let you come back with this plan within a year. I want a straight denial so we don't see this plan again.
Madam Chair, I made a motion for straight denial.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 1019761, 21 Fenton Street. This is to build a 2-family. The violation to Article 65, Section 9. The lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Is the applicant here for Fenton Street?
I only have one raised hand, but he's had his hand raised for the last hour.
Okay,
Madam Chair, we'll hold that one to the
let's go
side.
to Lonsdale Street,
Yes, Madam
please.
Chair, I'm going to call Lonsdale into the record, calling BOA 981. I'm going to call Lonsdale Street now, case BOA 981052, 31 Lonsdale Street. This is the construction of a new unit on the third floor. The violation is Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking loading is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, the use of regulations, the third unit per legal occupancy never was built. Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address at 51 Dobson Road, Braintree, Mass. We are here today seeking to change the legal occupancy of the building from a two-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling, erecting a third-story addition. The zoning subdistrict is a 2F5000. The lot size is approximately 3,600 square feet. Madam Chair, this was approved by the board a few years ago, and then the time to pull the permit expired, and the owner didn't have a chance to do that. The violations are lot area, we just talked about 3,600 square feet. FAR requirement is 0.5. We are proposing 1.8. The building height is 2.5 stories, 35 feet. We're at 3 stories, but we are at 33 feet. So we are below the height requirement with regard to the number of feet. The front yard requirement is 15 feet, and we are at a modal setting as the building is already existing, and that's a pre-existing non-conforming violation. And the side yard setbacks are, requirement is 10 feet, we have 5, and we have 12 feet on the side where the driveway is, and again, that's pre-existing non-conforming.
And so the plans have not changed since we approved it then?
I don't think they have. I think Mine's the architect on this one as well, so I think he can chime in on that with regard to the plans from before and these new plans.
Did it go through design review?
No, it never made it that far.
Okay.
The approval was with design review, but the owner never acted on the approval, and then it lapsed. is what
Okay,
happened last time around.
tell us the unit, the size of the proposed unit.
The proposed unit is approximately 851 square feet.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon speaking in place of Patrick Fandel, the mayor's liaison. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Joe McEachran, City Council, Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Anybody to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve. I don't think there's a need for design review. Mr. Hampton, do you?
No, Mr. Ehrlich, I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
Second, Tyrone.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Secretary, I understand that Fenton Street is now on, so can we go to Fenton?
I will, Madam Chair. For the record, calling BOA 101-9761, 21 Fenton Street. This is to build a two-family. The violation is Article 65, Section 9, and the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hong, 21 Fenton Street.
Your name again? I'm sorry, we missed it.
Hong Win.
Okay, so tell us what you're proposing to do.
Well, I live at 23 Fenton Street. I'm proposing a two-family so we can stand over because we need room for a family.
Okay, is this going to be a prefab or are you building it from scratch?
Building it from scratch, ma'am.
Okay, and tell us the size of each unit.
I have Mr. Mai Feng, the architect, that's helping me with this.
Okay, thank you. Mai? Mai, are you on?
Mai, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Mai Feng at 204 Adams Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02122 for the record. Yes, it is going to be a proposal, two families. The requirement is 2 at 5,000, and the lot size is 3,200.
So Mai, just, this is what strikes me immediately, that this is new construction and you're already proposing basement living space. This is not something we're kind of thrilled about at all.
Yes, because we have done that in the past as well. If the basement is not the you don't like the basement, we can rearrange in the bedroom. It's going to be upstairs, and the some of the family rooms are down in the basement, and no bedroom in the basement. We have no problem with that.
Okay, tell us about the parking. How is the parking going to work?
There's two off-street parking that will be in the rear of the building, and I believe the last time that we the architects of the board have asked for the easement for the property in the left, which is 23 Fenton. That's where the owner occupies as well on this lot too. We submitted the site plan with the easement ready to report it if it is approved by the board.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yeah.
Anybody from the mayor's office?
Madam Chair, we will be opposing this, but George Nguyen should be on.
Okay. Can I hear just from anybody who wants to go on the record, either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, this is Joe McGeckern with City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We are opposed to this project, and we'd like to go on record as such. Thank you.
What's your opposition based on, Joe?
It's regarding the deed restriction.
What's
It was a deed restriction that is associated with this property.
Can you clarify?
So I believe it was one of those lots that was sold to the abutter, and the council has instructed me to oppose the project based on that. It was a deed restricted lot. We believe.
So it was restricted to either parking or to open space? Is that what it was?
I believe so. I don't know exactly, Madam Chair, but it did have, that was one of the requirements or one of the restrictions when it was given to the owner, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board.
This is George Quinn from the mayor's office. We would like to go on record in opposition of this proposal. It is deed restricted by DND.
Thank you. Anybody else? May I have something from the applicant? Mai, can you clarify, is the applicant aware of this fact?
Hi, ma'am. How are you? Yes, ma'am. I spoke with Jim McDonald from out at the city. Jim McDonald has told me that if I get support from the neighborhood association, they're gonna lift the deed for me if I give one unit up for housing. So that's why I went for it.
Okay, I think we have an issue here. We have no documentation to that fact. And I think that is important to the representative from the mayor's office and to the city councilor. That's the first thing, is that we need documentation. And second, I think that the part that's important, if it's new construction, that, we cannot be, it's okay to have people have bedrooms in the basement. Those will become an issue at some point. So I think, may I have a motion for denial without prejudice so that the applicant can do the stuff that he needs to get done to bring a more complete project to us?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to the first case in Elm Street because I'm going to be recusing myself on Chestnut Hill Street. So I'm going to go back to the first case, which was called case BOA 1003148, 50 Elm Street.
Mr. Master, is the applicant here for 50 Elm?
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands. I do not, let me just double check 1 second. And I do not see Kristen Hodgen on the line.
Can I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be recusing myself for the next two cases.
Mr. Fortune, but you will read them into the record, right?
No. I'm sorry?
But you will read them into the record before you recuse.
If that's your pleasure, I can do that.
Yes, please, because of the situation today.
Okay, I will do that. Case BOA, calling the next two cases for 11:30. Case BOA 981052, 31, I'm sorry, BOA 1047724, 130 Chestnut Hill Ave, and there's a companion case, BOA 1051356, 132 Chestnut Hill Ave. This is for 130. This is demolition of 64 Boston Housing Authority units, the J.J. Carroll Apartments, and new construction of approximately 144 apartments, approximately 11,000 square feet, for a PACE center, medical clinic, ground floor common space, and neighborhood-oriented retail. The violation is Article 51, Section 8, a multi-unit dwelling use is a forbidden use. Article 51, Section 8, retail use is forbidden use. Article 51, Section 8, a medical clinic use is a forbidden use. Article 51, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive in feet. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard setback requirement is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard setback requirement is insufficient. In Article 51, Section 9, the side yard setback requirement is insufficient. The bridge crossover. This is for 132 Chestnut Hill Ave. This is the proposed development of 130 Chestnut Hill Ave. Includes an enclosed pedestrian bridge to an adjacent existing building at 132 Chestnut Hill Ave. The 130 Chestnut Hill project has a permit application. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use is conditional. And Article 51, Section 9, the dimensional regulations, the side yard setback requirement is insufficient for the bridge crossover. Name and address for the record, please. Madam Chair, I will be recusing myself.
Thank you. Before the applicants put their name and address on the record, I need to inform you that with the recusal of Mr. Fortune, you will have a 5-member board sitting, which means that every member needs to be in support of this project for it to pass. Your options are 1, to go ahead with a 5-member board, or 2, to defer to a date where we have more than 5 members. So what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, this is Rachel Belanger representing Two Life Communities. We choose to go ahead with the 5-member board present today.
Okay, please then put your name and address on the record and tell us what's being proposed.
Thank you. This is Rachel Belanger of Two Life Communities. We're located at 30 Wallingford Road in Brighton. I'm joined by team members from Two Life, Elizabeth Heyer and Zoe Weinrobe, Boston Housing Authority, Caitlin McGonigal and Dana Dilworth, Mass Design Group, our architect, John Evans, Stantec, Landscape and Civil, Chris Fee, as well as Klein Hornig, our attorney, Joe Lieber. The first, Two Life, the sponsor, we're a nonprofit affordable housing provider. We've been in Brighton for over 50 years, and we have about 760 apartments in the adjacent properties. The J.J. Carroll redevelopment that we're proposing today at 130 Chestnut Hill Ave is in partnership with the Boston Housing Authority. This project has already received unanimous support through Article 80, the Public Improvements Commission, Boston Civic Design Commission.
So can you use your time fruitfully and tell us about the development, the proposed development?
So the J.J. Carroll redevelopment replaces the 64 Boston Housing Authority apartments, which are outdated and inaccessible, with 142 apartments. All of those will be affordable to low-income households. And the relief that we're seeking today is both for the use, multifamily housing, the clinic and retail, and dimensional relief to build these 142 affordable apartments. The building will be between 5 and 6 stories. And that's the view from Chestnut Hill Ave.
So just a couple of questions. So Carroll was for elderly housing, elderly residents. Will all these 142 units be for elderly, or will it be a combination?
The current property has 13 apartments that are for households with disabilities with a priority for the elderly. With a priority for those who are below 62. The rest are reserved for the elderly. So all the new apartments will be for the elderly, except for 13, which will have that same requirement for those with disabilities and some under 62.
Okay, disability and up to 13, but with disability and under 62.
Yeah.
So does that mean that formerly homeless people could not, could use these units then, one of these 13 units?
Yes, formerly homeless people who are disabled and under 62 may qualify for the 13 apartments. The remainder of the apartments will also could serve formerly homeless individuals through various preferences and priorities that will be part of the affordable housing restriction for the building.
Okay, and so this you said was 5 to 6 stories. What's the zoning district?
1F5000.
So this is 1F5000. And tell us about that retail use, because it feels like the retail use that's there just a little bit further down the street. I'm not sure that it's always been at capacity. Will this help the situation, or will it just increase the retail use on that street?
Sure. So the space we have proposed is about 1,000 square feet. It's in the ground floor, which we envision as a publicly accessible village center. So in addition to the healthcare use, there will be a number of spaces with that entire ground floor serving as a community space. The retail use that we envision, we don't have a tenant on a lease yet, is to have a small sort of convenience store with fresh foods, and that would be of great interest to our residents. We'll have about 900 apartments on the site, the combined Two Life properties after this project is complete. So over 1,000 residents who would be built-in customers for that use. And we would welcome others in the neighborhood to use it. So we're confident that there's adequate demand in the community.
And the medical clinic use is also forbidden use. Is the medical clinic open to the community, or is it purely for the residents of Two Life, either here or in Wallingford?
It will be open to the broader community. PACE is different from other medical clinics in that it's a kind of membership program that's an insurance product and day center space where folks can come for primary care. So we imagine that many of our residents will become PACE participants, but outside community members who are eligible for PACE would have the option to enroll as well. So those participants would come to the day center at very specific times around 9:30, 10 a.m. And leave mid-afternoon with a van drop-off. So it's a very structured program rather than, and compared to other clinics where people come and go for appointments throughout the day.
And let me just ask you, how is the parking working on this site? Because I know because it's affordable housing, the parking ratio is different. So tell us how many parking spaces you are proposing.
We're proposing 70 parking spaces on the site. And for reference, our existing residents in Brighton, in recent years, about 1 in 6 apartments has requested a parking permit. So we're confident in that number to serve the residents.
And how about the parking required for the PACE Center? How many staff are for the commercial use?
20 of the 70 spaces are intended for the PACE use, the clinic.
Okay, and will there be any synergy between this center and the project on Wallingford Road?
Absolutely. So Two Life has 4 existing properties. Euland House at 30 Wallingford, Leventhal House at 40 Wallingford, Curlot at 28 Wallingford, and Weinberg House at 132 Chestnut Hill Ave. And all of those properties are connected internally. Residents can walk between them. We have a really vast array of programs and services and staff who support our residents who are based on site. And this new building will be connected to all of that, both physically through the bridge to Weinberg House, which then has a bridge to Leventhal House, so that people can access things year-round without going outside. In terms of the overall operations and property management, it will be fully integrated as well.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connie with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to speak in full support of this proposal. As many of the board members have heard over the years, members of the Allston-Brighton community have spoken to the high need for affordable housing in the Allston-Brighton area. 144 apartments will be critical for meeting a very high need. Especially for seniors, which are often a vulnerable population. We hear time and time and again that they'd like more focus to be on seniors. This proposal has gone through a robust community process with the BPDA. They met with neighbors for the IEG process, were able to scale back the building, offer screening and buffering. We think this is going to be a great addition to the Brighton area, and we really hope that you support this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add briefly, I'd like to confirm that letters of support were submitted from...
Hold on. I need, Rachel, we'll hear from you at the end, but I need to make sure I'm hearing from the City Councilor's office, the Allston-Brighton City Councilor's office. Is anybody here from that office?
Madam Chair, this is Councillor Liz Braden from District 9. Go on record in supporting of this project. It will really provide some vital subsidized housing for seniors in our community. I'm also very excited about the addition of the 11,000 square foot PACE Centre, which will provide medical support for senior residents of the neighbourhood, but also the Two Life communities, allowing them to live in the community. I also support the addition of the pedestrian walkway, which will provide access between different buildings on site. Thank you for your consideration. I support this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Kevin O'Connor here. In Mr. Fortune's absence, I wanted to let you know that there are 8 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition.
8 support and 1 opposition. Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition? Is anybody here for the BAIA?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Boston City Council, Anissa Rasabi George's office, and would like to echo the sentiments of Council Braden and support this project. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if declining with the mayor's office, not sure if the BAI is on, but the applicant did go before the Brighton Austin Improvement Association and did receive support from that civic association as well. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, any more raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair. Stephen, you're muted.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Donovan. I'm a Housing Development Officer with the City of Boston Department of Neighborhood Development, or D&D. D&D is providing funding to this project, and on behalf of D&D, I would like to state our support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we've covered everybody. Just one last question, Rachel. What are the unit sizes? And what's the breakdown?
The breakdown in terms of unit type is 118 one-bedrooms and 24 two-bedrooms. The unit sizes are consistent with state requirements for unit size. One-bedrooms are between 600 and 660 square feet, and two-bedrooms are between 800 and 80 square feet.
I'm sorry, between 800 and what? Okay, and I just want clarification. So of these 142 units, minus the 13, they will be open for affordable housing generally, or will they be open to people on the BHA's list?
It'll be a combination. There will be 114 apartments that will have project-based vouchers through the BHA. Those will serve, first and foremost, the current J.J. Carroll residents who have a right to return and have also been engaged extensively in this process. After that, the priorities in the BHA's administrative plan will kick in, and those include people with homelessness and those displaced from other properties. Okay. There's 27 apartments that do not have the project-based assistance, and those will, for those, we'll hold a lottery in partnership with the city to have an open application process for those.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It is now 12:30. We will have a half-hour break and return at 1 o'clock. Every applicant who's interested in a deferral or a withdrawal, please let Ms. Ambassador know so we can be efficient about calling you up in sequence. Thank you. Appeal for September 29th is back in session. I'm just going to do a quick roll call. Mr. Fortune?
Here, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yep, here.
Mr. Kendall? Are you there, Mr. Kendall? Mr. DeVoe?
Here.
Ms. Logue?
Here.
Are you sure it's Mr. Kendall here?
Christine, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. Jeff Hampton, are you here too?
I am here, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Let's go ahead, Mr. Fortune.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm going to call the 1 o'clock hearings. Are there any deferrals for 1 o'clock? Please give me the address before you speak.
3137 Beach.
For the record, calling BOA 102-8114, 31 to 37 Beach. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner requesting a deferral of the matter that's on for 1 p.m.
Mr. Lenz, and what's the reason for that?
I believe there's still ongoing conversations with affected parties and interest relative to this proposal. I know that there was some efforts to do that, but COVID has limited that somewhat. So we're asking for a brief deferral so we can complete those conversations.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye. What is
The date, please.
it? We have a date of December 8th.
December 8th at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock at December 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
59A Strathmore Road, please.
For the record, calling BOA 101-4112, 59A Strathmore Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing the petitioner. We are seeking a deferral on the matter. The mayor's office, as well as the city councilor, received some last-minute calls over the last few days with concerns from abutters in the rear of the property, some of the buildings in the back. They would like us to go back and have another meeting. Obviously, COVID has made that more difficult, but I think a short deferral could get us there relatively quickly.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those
Secretary.
in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
We have a date of December 8th at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
Okay, let's go.
Calling the first two cases for 1 o'clock, calling BOA 1100097, 3 Oakhurst Street. There is a companion case, BOA 1100107, 5 Oakhurst Street. This is for 3 Oakhurst Street. This is erect a new 3-story, 3-family dwelling. Violation, Article 60, Section 9, insufficient lot size. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area. Article 60, Section 9, excessive FAR.
You need this.
Yeah.
Article 60, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback.
You know that this guy about the
Article, can we mute, please?
tractors.
Can we mute Eva Webster?
Oops.
Article 60, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. This is for 5 Oakhurst, erect a new 3-story dwelling.
You should see if you reuse.
3-family dwelling.
Definitely
Madam Chair, the violations are the same. Name and address for the record, please.
All that paperwork that we had done, all down.
Ms. Ambassador, can you please mute everybody?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find who it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, so goodness, your work has both. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road, Braintree, Mass. Also needed, our architect Eric Zachrickson is going to need to be unmuted for this as well. Madam Chair, we are here seeking relief to erect a 3-family dwelling on each of those lots. The zoning subdistrict is 3F5000, and we have approximately 3,600 square feet apiece. We have 10 parking spaces, which will be under cantilevered, and I'll let the architect go into more detail about that. But the zoning violations are as follows. FAR, the required FAR is 0.8. We are proposing 1.4. front yard setback is 15 feet. We're proposing 5, and it's low and it's in line with some of the other buildings on the street. The side yard setback is 10 feet. We're proposing 6. Rear yard setback requirement is 30. We're proposing 10. And so I'll turn it over to Eric Zackerson, who is the architect for the project, and he can go through the site plan and go through the floor plans. Aisha, can we unmute Eric Zackerson?
Thank you.
He's unmuted.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Address in the record and tell us what's being proposed.
Yes, my name is Eric Zackerson. I'm the architect for the project. My address is 1 Ludlow Street in Charlestown. As Derek was describing, the project is 2 separate buildings on 3 and 5 Oakhurst, each of which has a first floor unit, a second floor unit, and a third floor unit. Each side or each building has 5 parking spaces, 3 of which are covered under the building and 2 of which are tandem behind the building.
Tell us how many bedrooms each unit has and the square footage.
Okay, the first floor unit in both buildings is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom that is 825 square feet. The second and third floors are 3-bedroom, 2-bath with 1,400 square feet on both buildings. So we have 4 units that are 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and 2 units that are 2-bedroom, 1-bath. If you think of it as one whole project.
Okay, Colette, can you please continue going down so we can see? Do you have a rendering of this building? Can you tell us what sheet it's on?
I don't know if you have the rendering of it. We have a couple of them that we presented to the neighborhood association. Yeah, they're on the cover here. And you see there's quite a bit of discussion to try and bring in a sloped roof, a bay window to try and evoke the similar A-frames and gables that we see up and down this side of Oakhurst Street.
And how is the parking supposed to work? Is there a shared driveway? Or
Yeah, a shared driveway between the 2 buildings down the center of the project.
And then will that be registered at the registry?
Yes. Yes, it will.
And this is stick built?
Yes.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are adequate.
I'm assuming there's no residence in the basement?
No, there is no basement.
Okay. So it's just slab. Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
This is Whitney Celestin from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I did hold an abutters meeting for this proposal, and this proposal had also had multiple presentations with the Woodrow Ave Neighborhood Association, and that association has sent a letter after discussion and back and forth with the proponent. They've sent a letter in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services is going on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carl Jean Lewis, on behalf of City Council Andrea Campbell, we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, any raised hands?
Yes, hold on 1 second. Carla, you're muted.
I almost said on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other raised hand, Madam Chair, is having technical difficulties. I do not believe he wants to comment on this case, however.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Tyrone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 107-9502, 5 Gleason Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family dwelling by adding an addition and constructing 4 new bedrooms on an existing house footprint, 1 new bathroom, 8 new windows. The violation is Article 60, Section 40, off-street parking is insufficient, and Article 60, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Please speak up. Tell us what you're proposing to do.
We're proposing to convert a two-family to a three-family in the original footprint of the house at 5 Gleason Street. We have did a survey plan and we have adequate parking of 6 off-street parking. Setbacks from the existing adjacent property is about 15 feet. We have 135 feet of
So
space
tell
in the back.
tell us where you're anticipating having that third unit.
On the third floor. On the third floor, we're cutting off the roof, and because of leverage X space, we're gonna really vertically go up to have adequate headroom
Okay.
in the attic.
Okay, and what's the proposed square footage of that unit?
The post square foot of the unit is about 1,400 feet, Madam Chair.
And how many bedrooms?
3 bedrooms, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Adequate.
Adequate, okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Chantalima Barbosa with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was hosted on March 16 of 2020, where the applicant presented his project. No opposition was brought to our attention. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
No raised hands, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 109-9089, 17 Rentham Street. This is for a curb cut for parking spaces on in his driveway. Violation Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Kai, last name VO, located at 17 Rentham Street, Dorchester, Massachusetts, 02124. I'm here to propose for my parking space on the side yard of the house.
Okay, how many spots are you proposing?
1 spot.
And is there parking on your side of the street? Is there on-street parking?
Yeah, right now we only have on-street parking, and it's a public parking.
Okay.
So.
Yes, go ahead.
So we pay $3,600 for the Porton Park and Recreation to have the permission to remove the tree on the left side of my house, and we got the approval from the curb cut application, but now I got reject from the zoning department that said the size is not insufficient, but I see that.
How wide is that side yard?
It's 10 feet in width.
Okay, and is this a one family or what?
It's a single house family.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
They're okay. The driveway at its narrowest is 9.5 feet from the side of the house. The curb cut is 10'6", and it's not front yard parking. It's set back far enough, so it looks okay.
And have we heard from Mr. D'Amico at all? Mr. Fortune?
No, Madam Chair, there is nothing here from Mr. D'Amico, but we do have one letter of opposition.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition of this project?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Sandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support. This is a tightly congested area for parking, and the applicant did sufficient community outreach. So with that, we'd like to go on support.
So I just need clarification. Is there parking on this side of the street, on-street parking? Mr. Vandal?
I believe there's parking on both sides of the street.
Okay, so if he's taking one parking space off the street, he's basically eliminating one space on the street then?
And replacing it with two potentially in the driveway.
No, he said one.
Well, it could be two.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Joe McEachran, City Council, Frank Baker's office, would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, any more hands?
Madam Chair, there are no raised hands.
And BPDA has recommended approval with design review for screening and buffering. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Call the next case. Calling BOA 104-4194, 34 Brookvale Street. This is to construct a new rear and upper level addition and change occupant from a single family to a three-family, and to include extend living space in the basement and roof deck. Violations, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction and extension of a non-conforming building. Article 65, Section 8, a three-family is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, dimensional regulations. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient lot width. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient lot width frontage. Article 65, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 65, Section 9, number of allowed stories is exceeded. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient front yard. And Article 65, Section 9, insufficient side yard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is John Barry with the law office located at 400 Granite Ave in Milton, Massachusetts, 02186. As part of the development team on this project, with me today is James Christopher, the principal of RCA LLC. This proposal was to change the occupancy at 34 Brookvale from a one-family to a three-family. The original proposal to extend or to add an addition in the northeast corner of the structure was designed away during the community process, so that is no longer part of the proposal. The extension of the living space into the basement and the roof deck still is part of the proposal that is before the board. The breakdown, this is in a 1F 6000 neighborhood in Dorchester. It's within a quarter mile of Ashmont train station. The unit breakdown, unit 1 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's approximately 1,368 square feet. The extension of the space into the basement is included in this unit, but the space in the basement is solely a living room. There's no bedrooms that are being added to the basement space in the proposal. It's a living room and there's mechanicals down there. Unit 2 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's approximately 936 square feet. And Unit 3 is identical as a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's approximately 936 square feet with sole access to the roof deck. Related to the violations that were cited, the Article 9, Section 1, as part of the addition that was designed away, there's no longer an extension of the non-conforming use of the building or the non-conformance of the side yard. As far as the other violations, the lot size, the insufficient lot width frontage, Those are all pre-existing non-conformances. The lot size here that's required is 6,000. Here we have a 4,651 square foot lot. The lot width that's required is 60. Here we have 50.5. Same for the lot width. Frontage, it's 60 feet that's required. Here we have an existing 50 feet or 50.5 feet. The front yard insufficient is a pre-existing non-conformance. The requirement is 15 feet. Here we have 11 feet 9 inches. And the side yard that's listed as insufficient is the right side yard. 10 feet is required, and feet nesting originally was a pre-existing non-conformance of the original single family. It was originally 0.68. Our proposal does increase that to 0.78. The height does go up to 3 stories, although the real height of the actual building is 31 feet 3 inches.
So, and tell us how the parking is working, because it looks like you have a shared driveway with the abutter, with the abutter.
That is correct.
Okay. And so is it cross-deeded?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is James Christopher of RCA. The easement splits at the property line and turns onto the abutter's property and then onto 34 Brookvale. So we'll be able to accommodate the parking off of where the driveway splits onto 34 Brookvale's property.
Okay, Colette, can I see the plans? Because I'm looking at the photo and it looks like it has a side deck, a side sunroom, and then a dormer. Can we see what it's proposed to look like? So it looks like the feel of the street looks like it's 1 and 2 families at this end. Can you talk to us about neighborhood context here?
Sure, Madam Chairwoman. The original proposal here was for a what would be more similar to a triple-decker style house.
Can I just repeat to you once, I mean, you're new, but because you might not know this, but we don't really care about what was originally proposed. Our baseline is the zoning. So we want to know how you deviate or how the proposed project that is before us today deviates from that zoning and how it supports or does not support neighborhood character.
So as far as the structure that's being proposed before you, the plan that's before the board today, we would argue does not deviate from what is the common structures of those that are on Brookvale Street.
Okay. And so you're going up essentially 3 stories with a roof deck on top of that. And can we see the basement plan and just see how that living room is connected to the basement? Please, Colette. Okay, so let's see. So the living room and the dining room would be on the first floor, 2 bedrooms. Oh, the sunroom would be converted to a bedroom. And the family room with a bathroom in the basement. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
There's a hatch to the roof deck, which is good. It looks to me like on A4 in the elevations that there's only 7'1" from the floor to ceiling in the basement, which is not sufficient for a multi-unit, 3-unit project. So I'm curious about that. I would ask the applicant about that.
Who's going to respond to that?
Yeah, it does look like that head height is 7'1". if the project is approved, we would not be seeking building code relief, so we would potentially have to lower that portion of the basement.
Well, no, not potentially.
We'll have to, correct. I said if the project were approved.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not going to get approved. If there's a chicken and egg thing here, it would not get approved unless it were 7'6", because it would be a building code violation.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Sandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This went through a full community process, including 2 on-site abutters meetings and a presentation in front of the Lower Mill Civic Association. The majority of their abutters had concerns about the scope of the project being a 3-family structure in this neighborhood, and the Lower Mills Association opposed. We'd like to go on record in opposition, but if this was approved, we would just ask for continued BPDA design review.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office would also like to go on record in opposition to the project.
Thank you. May I hear from the BPDA, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, BPDA. We recommended denial without prejudice. The neighborhood is primarily 1 and 2 families, and the addition, although it's been brought to our attention, is no longer on the table. We had reviewed the plans with the addition, and the massing is inappropriate for this street.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we had 1 letter of support and 6 letters of opposition, and the opposition is basically what was stated to the mayor's office and BPDA.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Do you want raised hands, Madam Chair?
Oh, yes. Are there raised hands?
Yes, plenty.
Okay.
Norman, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Norman Farrar, and I live on Patterson, which is part of the one-family block, one zone, one-family block of Brookvale. And my concern was, already we don't have enough parking, and there's not any parking going along with this unit, and adding 3 units more, I feel is going to already add to what's already kind of stressful parking.
Okay, thank you. May I have the next person?
Sean, you're unmuted.
Hi, yeah, thank you. This is Sean Davidson from 30 Brookvale. I'm the one who has the shared driveway. I think there's you heard a little bit about it, but there was pretty strong opposition from everyone in the neighborhood. Everybody on this side of the street is all single-family homes, and people have raised their kids here. And it would be a giant change of zoning, as well as change the sort of feel of the entire family structure. And I think also they're talking about destroying the backyard and making it into parking. And right now that's a viewpoint for about 6 different houses have a view into that backyard. And now it would just be a giant parking lot, as well as it would be that for very much so for the 2 abutters next to it. And when we did give our complaints during the time, they changed a couple things, but mostly they just want to keep it a big giant 3-unit thing. And I would also say that, people in this neighborhood have changed their houses. Somebody, made a little kitchen a little bigger. I think Norm was making his basement a little bigger, but this person just came in, bought a house to flip it and as a development project to make it a big giant new condo place, which doesn't fit with either the zoning or the neighborhood community.
Thank you. I'm assuming Emily is related to you. May I hear from Phil Tackle?
Alice, Phil's having issues with his thing. Alice, you're unmuted.
Alice, can you
Alice, you're unmuted.
Okay, I think we've had enough. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to deny.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those, thank you, Mr. Cadell. All those in support?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, Calling BOA 109-0426, 582 Freeport Street. This is removing stairs and replacing them with a deck. The violation is Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building, a 3-family in a 2F sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Zach Icardi, 582 Freeport Street.
So tell us what's being proposed?
It's an 18 by 18 deck to the existing parking lot that I have on the property. It's not moving any closer to either of the abutting neighbors.
Is this a 1-family or a 2-family?
It's a 3-family.
It's a 3-family. Was this property before this board in the past?
Say that again, was it what?
Was this property before this board in the past?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Okay, so Colette, can you scroll down a little bit? We can understand how this works. So you have the driveway, you have the house, and so you're proposing, is this a rear, can we look at the rear deck, please, Colette? Okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Owen?
Well, as you can see, they're sort of hand-drawn, and, but it's a relatively minimal project, so we're okay.
Okay, any questions from the board? Here to speak in support of this proposal.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Sandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we'd like to go on record and support the applicant. Has notified his direct abutters, and it's a relatively small project. We'd like to go on record and support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Council, Frank Baker's office would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
No, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1102-209, 99 to 105 Fairmont Avenue. This is to erect a mixed-use 4-story building with 47 residential units, 2 commercial spaces, and 33 parking spots. The violation is Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking and loading. Article 69, Section 8, 47 residential units is forbidden. Article 69, Section 8, a general retail business use 2 is forbidden. Article 69, Section 9, the maximum allowed 40 ratio is excessive. Article 69, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 69, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. And Article 69, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Floyd Road in Braintree, on behalf of the applicant. With me this afternoon is Joe DeCipio, who's the owner-developer, together with Rick Schmidt, who's the team architect.
So tell us what's being proposed.
Sure. This project went through an Article 80 small project review. As Mr. Fortune stated, the site is 29,327 square feet. The zoning is 2F5000, however, it's surrounded entirely by neighborhood shopping 2, which is directly adjacent to the Fairmount Avenue Bridge and next to the Fairmount Commuter Rail train station. And the proposal is to remove and repurpose the existing structures and construct a 4-story mixed-use building. In that building, there would be 47 units, residential units, 2 commercial retail spaces, 6 affordable units would be included in that, a minimum of 33 parking spaces and 47 bicycle spaces. Sorry,
Councilor. So when you say repurpose, does that mean those buildings are coming down?
They are. So the buildings are coming down. There's 4 2-family buildings that are on that. They will be come down if this project is approved, and everything will be repurposed as part of that. When we started the community process, Madam Chair, we started with the tenants of the building. They will be transitioned someplace else for a short period while this construction goes on, and then they're coming back. And actually, some of the tenants actually had written letters of support for this proposal as well.
Okay, and tell us about the unit breakdown.
Sure. The unit breakdown is there are 17 two-bedroom units. They range in size from 960 to 970 square feet. There's 29 one-bedroom units, and they range in size from 665 to 780 square feet. And there's one studio unit, which is 550 square feet. And the commercial space is 2,540, which we envision will be subdivided into 1,250 square foot retail spaces.
So there are no 3 bedrooms in this building then?
There is none.
Are there roof decks proposed?
There's not a traditional roof deck. There's a common roof deck on the 4th floor. That's, if you're looking at Google Maps, you can see that there's a commercial building that used to house the Fairmount Grill. When you're looking at this building to the right, there's a deck on that side.
And looks like the parking is underground or at the lower level on Maple?
It is actually correct. It is underground with access off of New Way and Maple, right at the intersection, which is where the commuter train station's parking is located.
Okay, and how many of these units are going to be handicapped accessible?
Rick Schmidt, could he be unmuted?
This is Rick Schmidt. I'm the architect. I live at 78 Walcott Road in Brookline. And in this project, it will be designed to work with Group 1 and Group 2 required by the Mass Architectural Access Board. So I believe we've indicated which ones are adaptable.
Okay. 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 How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. I went through Article 80 small project review and was approved by the BPDA board, and it'll also provide much needed housing units to Hyde Park, including 6 income restricted units. Thank you.
I have raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead, caller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Pina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of Hunters Union Carpenters, I want to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Candida?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Candida Shepard. I live at 286 Fairmount Ave in Hyde Park, and I'm in support of the project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 1 letter of opposition.
Thank you.
And there are, Madam Chair, not to interrupt, there are 38 letters of support which were forwarded to ISD, ZBA.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 107-2124, 295 Kittredge Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 1-family to a 2-family, add a deck for additional egress, and replace a non-compliant stair. The property is in a 2F 5,000 zone and is divided into 2 units. The violations, Article 67, Section 32, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 67, 9.3, the location of the main entrance. Name and address for the record, please.
Is Mr. Timko there?
Yes, I just got unmuted, so I am here, yes.
Please tell us what you're proposing to do.
What we are proposing to do here is to effectively correct a long-standing violation where we have a building which has been used as a 2-family The current owner purchased it from prior owners who have had it that way. It's been that way for several ownership cycles. We are looking to bring it fully in compliance with the code, and we are aware we have these different we are aware we have these different nonconformities, and we would like to apply for relief to address those and bring this fully legal and up to code, up to the building code and up to the zoning code.
So tell us how those units are laid out in this building.
The primary unit is on the first floor, which is the main floor. It has access to the downstairs garage area. And then the second unit is to the rear of that, also on the main floor and the lower floor partially, with access to a loft/attic space. The rear unit, which is the one which is unoccupied at the moment, is really more or less a studio apartment. We are looking to make a number of renovations, including improving the access and egress to that unit, adding a deck so that there's...
So sorry to interrupt. Can you tell us about the proposed square feet of each of the units?
The proposed square footage of each of the units is give me a moment to pull that out. I don't have that immediately handy. I'm looking for.
Can you please calculate that while we just go on with our process? Because, okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, they're unfortunately they're not all together. They're done in several pages, so it's a little confusing. But I guess my question was the same thing. What's the square footage of the studio apartment? You know, the other one, the main one, is not an issue.
The square footage of the studio is I'm afraid I don't have that handy at the moment. I'm looking for it, and I thought I did.
So
I don't see it on the plans.
while you're figuring it out, may I just ask you a question? Is that garage, I'm looking at the street view here, is that garage used for vehicles at all?
It is, yes.
It is, okay. And let's go and see, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. The applicants fly at the abutters, and since that time, between then and now, we have not received any comments from the neighborhood. We believe this is a small project, just correcting a use, and we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Joe, by any chance, did you have a chance to go out and look at this proposal? Joe?
Did I? No.
Okay. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition? Okay, Mr. Tim, anybody else to speak in support or opposition? Anybody from the city councilor's office there? Okay,
I can give you the square footage right now.
Okay, what is it?
It's approximately 850 square feet. That includes the attic space, the living space on the primary floor where the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bath are is about 585. So there's a section above in the attic which is finished but not used as anything other than perhaps an office or storage space.
And what's the floor to ceiling height in that attic?
It is less than the legal minimum. That's why it's not used as a bedroom or anything else.
And tell us about the other unit. If this is 850, what size is the other unit?
The size of the other unit is it's a roughly equivalent. Give me 1 second. It is approximately 565 square feet.
Okay, that's the unit we were interested in. So it's 565 and 850 square feet.
Right, and that does not count the garage.
It better not count the garage. Okay, so let me just look at this, because I've been looking at the street view, and it is a very modest house, and it's very modest, and it looks like it needs, the property owner needs to really do some work, because it looks like there's front yard parking in there. All the front yard is basically asphalted over, things like that. So it looks like there needs to be some serious bringing up to speed on this.
That is exactly the intention of what we're trying to do, is to really bring this unit into the 21st century, if you will. Make it much more presentable, but also make it, in addition to making it legal, make it presentable and marketable, because if that second unit would be legal, then we would want to market it as an apartment, a rental unit. And to do that, we need to make it attractive.
And have taxes been paid on this as two units or as one unit? Because it looks to me like Zillow tells me that it might just be a one unit. And so I'm just trying to figure out what's really going on.
I would have to, I suspect it's been paid as one unit. I have to defer to the owner, who is also on this call. Her name is Juliet Turner, and that's a question that she might be able to answer better than I can.
Okay. So, so I'm looking at this, and I feel like this is a very small piece of property, a modest building that would work really well as a single family. But the BPDA is in support, yes, and the community is in support, or the mayor's office, had the community process. But I believe that it needs significant design review, because all the other violations of front yard parking and everything else need to be cleaned up. So may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, what kind of design review are you looking for in this particular case? Because as you said, it's all paved over. They're really not doing much addition to the existing structure.
So, the issue that I have is, one, to verify those unit sizes as 565 and 850. I look at the attic, and it's a serious pitch that I think it could be, that I don't think much of that space is actually usable. And finally, to figure out and clean up the front yard, because it looks like there's front yard parking right in front of the main door. And all the front yard is essentially paved in front of the garage and adjacent to it. Okay, so just let's let's do right by the neighborhood on this one.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we ready for the next case?
Yes, Madam Chair. Calling the next case, calling BOA 107-0807, 150 River Street. This is new construction of a 30-unit mixed-income senior housing building. Violation of Article 10, Section 1. No off-street parking is required in the front yard setback area, limitation of parking area. Article 60, Section 37, off-street loading is insufficient. Article 60, Section 41.1, the front model alignment. Article 60, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling unit is a forbidden use. Article 60, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 60, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive. Article 60, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 60, Section 9, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Forbes Road. Together with today is we have Jonathan Garland, who is the team architect, Don Alexis, president of the Caribbean Integration, and Bill Grogan, who's president of the Planning Office for Urban Affairs. As Mr. Fortune read out, we are here seeking variances for the construction of a new multi-unit mixed-income senior housing on 150 River Street. This is a city-owned vacant lot that the applicant, along with the Caribbean Integration Community Development, bid on in 2018 RFP. DND, in collaboration with the Mattapan Neighborhood Association, selected our proposal, and the proposal was approved by the BPDA board on February 13th, 2020. The parcel is 42,120 square feet. There are 30 units. There are 3 studios, approximately 400 square feet, 27 one-bedrooms, approximately 540 square feet, and they will all be income restricted. 6 of them will be at 30%, 5 at 50%, 12 at 60%, and 4 at 70%. There are 12 parking spaces, including 2 handicap and a drop-off area, and there'll be a 6,000 square foot community garden available to the public, and that'll be done through a restricted deed, a shared porch, laundry room, community room, and community country kitchen. I'll address the violations. Multifamily dwelling, because this is a 1F 6,000 zone, that is a forbidden use. FAR, an allowed FAR here is 0.6, we are at 0.64. Height requirement is 2.5 stories to 35 feet. This building is 3.5 stories to 42 feet. Usable open space is 1,800 square feet per unit. We're at 645 square feet of usable open space. And rear yard zoning calls for 40. We're at 38 feet and 4 inches. And conforming with building alignment, this property is set back. The proposed minimum front yard, we're at 115 feet. It went through, as I stated, it went through an Article 80 process and was approved by the BPDA board back in February of this year.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Drawings are very good. I guess one question for Mr. Fulgini. You said this is a single-family district?
That's correct, Mr. Ehrlich. It is a single family district. However, if you look at what is there, just to put this property in context, the parcel's on River Street, diagonally across the street from the Standard Street Apartments, down the street from the Boston Housing Authority, and which is an apartment building. The Foley Senior Residences, Boston Public Health Commission and Mattapan campus, as well as the Boston Medical Center that's
Right,
located.
and that's why I was surprised when you said it was single family, because I think the neighborhood is significantly large units. The drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in support?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carl Jean Lewis, here on behalf of City Council Andrea Campbell. We'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague, Rudney Celestin. We would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Minor?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union. We want to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Attorney Lissette?
Yes, Madam Chair and the board, Joel Lissette on behalf of the River Street Civic Association. But go on record on support.
Thank you.
Ann?
D&D, we would like to offer our support for this very important senior project, and we are also offering financial support.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no other raised hands.
We can have a motion, please.
Madam Chair, we have 2 letters of opposition.
And what is the opposition based on?
Density.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 109-8798, 28 Waterman Road. This is to add a dormer addition for a master bedroom and bath. The violation is Article 55, Section 12. A side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Chasen, 1505 High Park Ave. Good afternoon, members of the board. We're just looking for relief to put in a shed dormer on the right-hand side of the house. We're proposing 19.8 for the land.
Hold on. Is this a one-family, two-family? What is it?
One family.
It's one family. Okay, and is it owner occupied?
Owner occupied, yep. Julia Frenchcloud is also called into this meeting.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
It's a pretty small proposal. They're fine.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. They distributed the notifications to the abutters about the project. We believe it's a small home improvement project that should not affect anybody in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project? Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, we're calling DOA 104-7748, 3992 to 3996 Washington Street. This is to raise the existing structure and erect a 4-story building with 18 dwelling units, 1 commercial space, and 18 parking spaces. The violation is Article 67, Section 12. The floor area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 12. The height requirement is excessive in stories. Article 67, Section 12. The height requirement is excessive in feet. Article 67, Section 12. The front yard setback requirement is insufficient on Washington Street. Article 67, Section 12. The rear yard setback requirement is insufficient. Article 67, Section 32. Off-street loading is insufficient. Article 67, Section 32, off-street parking requirement is insufficient, and Article 67, Section 12, the front yard setback requirement is insufficient on Archdale Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with an address, Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing the petitioners at Boston Builders Inc. And I also have Scott Trenier with you as the architect on the proposal. As was mentioned, this project is proposing to raise an existing commercial structure, which is an out-of-service auto repair shop. at 3992, 3996 Washington Street to erect a 4-story condominium building with 18 units and a small retail space on the ground level with 12 stacker parking spaces, a mix between ground and stacker parking. This project went through the Article 80 small project review process at BPDA, was approved June 11, 2020.
So, Counselor, so the lot size of this is 7,280 square feet. What's the zoning district? Is this, what is it, a local convenience or MF, what is it?
Local convenience, Madam Chair.
It's local convenience, okay. And then tell us about these, the units. Tell us the breakdown of the units.
Sure. It's 6 one-bedroom units that vary between 630 and 810 square feet, and then 12 two-bedroom units that range from 865 to 923 square feet. I can go over the layout of the building as well. The first floor.
Any roof deck required or proposed here?
Yes, there's a common roof deck, 1,041 square feet. It has 2 stairwells and elevator access required by code because of the size and height of the building.
So you're probably, I'm assuming you did a site visit, and it looks like this is just very different from what's there on Washington Street. So can you tell us about community context?
Sure. So it is a local convenience. In working with the community, they definitely wanted to see something because there are a lot of projects being built. You can see one directly 2 down from us, more residential housing. There is.
This don't allow us to expand, knowing that we have capital at our disposal. There's opportunities every day out there.
Councilor, please go ahead.
There is a newer project. There's condos on Whipple Street, 4-story, right at the corner. There's a housing authority mixed-use building, and there is a number of residential 3 and 6 units up and down that corridor. In working with the community, they wanted us to also keep that a small retail space on the first floor, but to make sure we got rid of that sort of industrial use of the auto repair shop. And we felt we did that with this project.
Can you, Colette, can you please scale through so we can just take a quick look at the ground floor? And then we would like to see the roof deck, please. Is there any residency in the basement?
So there's nothing. There's the parking, the stacker system, which you can see, and the front of the building would have the lobby and then the commercial space, which is 845 square feet. The lobby would have a message transportation board for MBTA routes because we are directly in front of the bus stop along Washington Street.
Colette, can you roll up just a bit? Can you show us the rendering from the ground floor? Repeat that. I know there's a bus stop right there.
Correct.
So
if you pull up the ground level, Madam Chair, right there where that sort of tree area, we actually added an overhang on our property and put benches that the public can use that the community wanted to see as part of our give back as well, along with transportation improvements. But the bus route pulls right up in front. Built that.
What is that fiber cement panel that's on the roof?
I know Scott Trenier, who's on the call, would be better to answer the design questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Put your name and address on the record.
Sure, ma'am. My name is Scott Trenier, and I work out of Quincy at 1 Billings Road in Quincy. Going through BPDA preliminary design review, I had initially had fiber panel on the building, and they had requested that I change it to something a little bit more suitable for the building. That was the metal panel. So the note you actually see on the head house is just a note that had not been updated and modified. That will be metal panel as well to match the siding below.
And who's the design review person at BPDA?
Steve Harbier, I believe, if I recall.
That's the project
Steven's not an architect here. He wouldn't be doing the design review.
It was Michael Canizzo, I believe, was on this project.
Okay. Let's see. So I got the retail. I got the parking. Access to the parking will be off of Archdale.
Correct.
Stackers, tell us about that that rooftop space.
So that's a common deck, Madam Chair. It's 1,041 square feet. It will be elevator access and also by stairs through staircases.
Okay, and besides the space, the head house for the elevator, what is up there?
That would be it. And a couple of condensers.
Okay.
Yeah, just a common elevator slash stair lobby that is concentrated in that same area with machine room for the elevator up in the penthouse.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, they're okay, although I have to slightly push back on what the architect is saying. You've got an elevator head house, which you need, of course, but the other head house is significantly larger than it needs to be. It's not just simply a matter of access. Why is it so big?
The Washington Street side head house, is that what you're referring to?
I'm looking at two head houses separately. One is for the elevator and the other is for stairwell, correct?
Correct. There's a stairwell over on Archdale Road, which is just the stairwell itself. The other head house that has an elevator lobby, which is about almost 7 feet in width, which runs across the front of the stairwell access and the elevator access. And the only thing that's excessive beyond that up on the roof would be the elevator machine room, and that's because of the limitation of space down at the ground level to accommodate the bike parking.
Okay, so look at A23, the proposed elevation. You got two head houses there. The one on the right, which is I assume the one on the right is a stairwell, right?
Correct. That's the one that's over toward Archdale.
Okay, I don't understand why it's as big as it is. And I don't understand why the roof isn't sloped. I mean, you've got a very busy roof line up there, and on the other side, the elevator one, I also don't understand why it's as big as it is. It doesn't need to be. It seems to me that you could dramatically reduce the size and therefore the visual impact of the head houses on the roof.
Also, I have a question. Since this is a Chu and Company project, can I see what the garage looks like?
That would be on the Archdale side of that investment. Mr. Ehrlich, we can certainly work on reducing that with BPDA if that would be amenable.
Well, if we approve it, you can better believe that's going to be part of the recommendation.
Entrance to the garage, please. The rendering, and let's just so we can see what the view is.
That's A22, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This project went through the Article 80 review, small project review through the Boston Planning and Development Agency, was approved by the agency. This also does increase the city's housing stock and will include two affordable units for the neighborhoods. That being said, we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Anybody else who's calling in or who would like to speak on this project?
I have one raising hand. Caitlin?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Caitlin here on behalf of Councilor Arroyo. The councilor would like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you. I assume user 29 is minor. Okay, given that information, I'm thinking that this needs a significant design review to make it contextual with the neighborhood, and that the roof structures be minimized to just the elevator shaft and enough space to step out. Is that what you're thinking, Mr. Ehrlich?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Okay, so can we have a motion?
Well, I'll just, a motion to that effect.
Okay, so it's for design review, significant design review, and roof structures minimum. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 105-4531, 25 to 29 Poplar Street. This is a change of occupancy from a barber shop and beauty salon to barber shop, retail, and 9 residential dwelling units. Construct a 3-story addition above the existing first floor and construct a new rear stairway addition. The violation is Article 67, Section 12. The floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 12, the building height in feet is excessive. Article 67, Section 12, the building height in stories is excessive. And Article 67, Section 12, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Todd Martin, 2529 Poplar Street, Rosendale, 02131. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and all members of the board.
So please tell us what's being proposed.
Yeah, this is Charles Bradley, the architect, and we're proposing to the existing one-story retail building, 3 floors of residential. Each floor is going to be about 2,600 square feet each. Residential units are going to be 1-story, 1-family, 1-bedroom units. Where there's 3 per floor. Each one is 596 square feet, 1 641 square feet, and 1 650 square feet per floor. The violations are basically that the FAR is excessive. The required FAR is 2, and we're adding, to the retail, which is 2,819 square feet, we're adding 7,800 square feet of residential, which gives a FAR, when you look to divide 10,619 by the 3,426 for the lot area, you get 3. So we're going from FAR from 2 to 3.
And so is there parking being provided for this building?
There's only on-street parking. It's an existing footprint. The front and the sides have no setback. Only the rear has a 20-foot setback. Currently, the existing setback, which we have not changed, is 10 feet. The building was built in 1930.
Hold on a minute. Colette, can you show us the rendering, please?
Colette, the elevations are on the, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, front elevation.
Can we, do you have anything that shows how it would work contextually, so it's not one of those boxes that we just see everywhere these days?
This is all I have, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, actually, to your point, the elevations are just kind of boxes. There's not a lot of detail. There's not a lot of sense of what the design would look like. And, you know, they're adequate from a technical point of view. It's a big jump up in density.
You know, I was just trying to figure this out because I know Wallpaper City, I think it's a good idea to have second floor residential in a commercial district. Because there's all these studies that show that there's eyes on the street and all this other sense of community when you have that. I know Wallpaper City, I think, is adding 2 stories. I know we approved 2 other projects up the street, but I don't remember if they were adding 2 or 3 stories. And the question I have for the developer is why are these 1 bedrooms, which tend to be a place where people do not stay very long? Was there any thought to doing a combination of 1 and 2s?
There was a thought, Madam Chair, there was a thought of doing that initially, but I thought it would make sense to do 1 bedrooms, all 1 bedrooms, and it would give more people an opportunity to come to the neighborhood to, of course, matriculate to larger homes maybe in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on what the price point is of these units.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, excuse me for interrupting. This also was 4 stories years ago. There was a fire some years ago. So we're actually, attempting also to put back what was initially there.
Okay, thank you.
The architect, the drawing on the basement, the proposed basement floor, will that be storage? What are all those rooms for?
Yeah, that will be storage, and we're also going to have bike rack storage for 10 bikes.
Okay, because I see a lot of partitioned off rooms with doors into them that are separate. Are those storage units assigned to specific units?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there are 9 units.
Yeah.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger here with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Todd met with the community 2 times, 2 virtual community meetings where people, were able to ask questions and share their comments on this proposal. I did receive a couple comments about parking being an issue with this, but that being said, we did support a number of other similar proposals in the area. So it's just turning into be essentially a part of the character of the neighborhood. So we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak on this project?
Madam Chair, no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's see, Jeff, the BPDA's recommendation was of deferral. Can you make sure that since this is just a placeholder box, that it goes through significant design review so that in fact it is complementary to Rosendale Village, which has made great strides in the last few years?
Yes, they will.
And I'll be checking on that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So motion carries. You're all set. Good luck with that proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1088651, 31 Taft Hill Terrace. This is a demo of the existing 3-story deck, leaving the roof structure intact, rebuilding structural and architectural drawings. The violation is Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building, and Article 67, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair.
You see Michael Griffin?
No, I do not see Michael Griffin, and I do not see, let me see. No Michael Griffin, Madam Chair. I don't see any raised hands either.
Okay, I'm
Madam
going
Chair, I'll go to
to
the next, I'll go to the next case, and then we'll come back to that one. We have one
Okay,
case
thank
left.
you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1058081, 525 Lincoln Street. This is to erect a six-story building totaling approximately 135,000 square feet, consisting of 80 residential units, ground floor flexible community space, residential amenities, and parking garage at ground level. The violations, Article 51, Section 17, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 17, the building height is excessive. And Article 51, Section 17, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Paul Rufo. I'm an attorney from Boston with Smith, Doug, and Buell Rufo, 101 Arch Street in Boston. With me are Benji Mole of Ox Urban, as part of the development team, and Andrew Coppolotti, also part of the development team, Boylston Properties, and assisting us with the technical is Peter McCauley. This is a project proposed in a neighborhood sub-district NS1 zone in Alston, and it's proposed to be 80 units, 6 stories tall, 69 feet 10 inches, and the lot size of the lot, which is kind of a unique shape. Here it is. That's surrounded on two sides by Lincoln Street, as Lincoln Street connects with Cambridge Street. This is just after Cambridge Street goes over the Massachusetts Turnpike.
Bob, was this a parking lot for many years?
It's still, Madam Chair, it's still a surface lot, and that's how it's being used. Right directly across the street, 510 Lincoln Street is a light industrial building.
Yep.
And actually, we're going to use some of the parking, not to jump ahead on that, as part of this project if overflow parking is needed. But the program calls for mostly 4-bedroom units, 59 4-bedroom units, 11 3-bedroom units, and 10 studios. The concept is what's called a co-living concept of rentals, which we'll address in a moment. But just to finish with the program outline, the 4-bedroom units are average size are 1,263 square feet. The 3-bedroom units, the average size are 981 square feet, and the studio units, and the IAG asked us to do, are approximately 413 square feet, those 10 units. So this was involved in our planning process. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's just jump ahead and ask us, how many parking spaces are you providing?
Right, so there are 30 parking spaces on the lot. There's the ability to put another 30 parking spaces with stackers in that same location, and an additional 16 spaces across the street. And I would note too that we have a space for 278 bicycles. As I was saying, this was involved in an extensive Article 80 review process.
Yes, how many stories is this?
It'll be 6 stories, 69 feet 10 inches. The land slopes quite a bit on Cambridge Street there, so it presents as a 6-story building from Lincoln Street, and from Cambridge Street, 5 stories.
Now, tell us about co-living. I don't think we as a board have seen co-living in, I don't know, 20 years, a long time. Tell us about that.
Again, so Benji Mole will speak to that, Madam Chair.
Sure. Co-living is suite-style units where the bedrooms are, or the units are typically rented by the bedroom rather than by the unit in total. The goal is to create a new type of affordability within the city. And so ultimately 20% of our units are income restricted, which will be rented between $800 per bedroom and $1,200 per bedroom. And the rent is inclusive of all of your utilities, furniture, cleaning, and it's a great way to keep our young people in the city as well.
So, hold on. Here's where I'm getting concerned. Is this executive suites or is this something else coming in as real residential living? I want to make very clear that
It is real residential living. There will be no short-term stays.
Hold on. I just want to make sure that we get the understanding that these also will accommodate families, that it's not, for example, a 3-bedroom unit with 3 random people being in there, that they will have long-term leases. And so just speak through that for me for a little bit.
The minimum lease on this, Madam Chair, will be 1 year.
Okay.
They're not short-term, the business.
They're not executive suites.
Executive suites, yeah, that you saw down the street. They're all minimum one year term. Family could rent it, but quite frankly, it's designed for, because there is all the amenities are included, including cleaning and providing the basic necessities of toilet paper and paper towels, et cetera. That's how they're designed. I wanted to add to that, Benji, at all.
So we approved some of these in ink block. That's the only place I can think where we've approved it. But that was in the context of, more regular units. So this is interesting. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are quite nice. I guess I have some questions about, first of all, what's the great room intended to be used for?
On the first floor?
Yeah.
Yes, so on the first floor, Mr. Ehrlich, we have about 5,500 square feet of amenity space, a combination of club room, fitness center, residential amenities, and we've talked about actually breaking that up even further and creating some work from home spaces.
Okay, and then on this question of affordability, are those the 20% that you talked about? Are those affordable? Are those deed restricted into perpetuity, or is that going to run out after a certain? Well, 2 questions. Will that run out after a certain period of time? And secondly, on the issue of turnover, will there be prohibitions against subleasing?
Yes, there'll be prohibitions against subleasing, Mr. Ehrlich. Everybody will have their own lease directly with the management company, Common, I believe, and they're very experienced in this throughout the country. To answer your other question, these will be the usual deed restrictions, which I believe expire after 50 years, and they're renewable for additional terms, so they can go on quite a bit. And there's a sliding scale with regard to the affordability. 20% of the units will be restricted at 70% of AMI, and
at 100% of AMI.
And at 100% of AMI. So 20% and 100% of AMI.
And can you speak to the rental policy? Because we're seeing a lot of development in Alston and Brighton. There are a lot of universities in Alston and Brighton. What is going to prevent these from being rented to either undergrads or even grad students?
We made in our agreement with the BPDA through the large project review, made a commitment to not allow undergraduate students here. We will accept graduate students from the local universities as tenants here, as we view that this is a perfect type of typology to house them in our city.
Okay. Any more questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We go on record support of this proposal. It was a very fruitful community process. IAG really worked well with the applicant on kind of getting different ranges in affordability and also getting it up to the 20%, which is unique for the Alston Brighton area. We think this is an interesting proposal that kind of fits well with the character of, we have a lot of younger tenants in Alston and Brighton, who we thought would fit well for this, and would, as a result, would not be competing with families for the existing housing stock out in the neighborhood. They met with the Alston Civic Association, received support from them. They received a number of letters of support, so they've gone record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
I have some raised hands, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Wasabi George's office. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Is Tony Desidora on? Can I have him on, please?
I think Councilor Liz Breeden was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Liz Braden, Councillor for Alston Brighton District 9. I'd like to go on the record as supporting this project. As you've heard, it's the first co-living project in the neighbourhood and offers another affordable option in a high demand neighbourhood. The proponents have participated in a very thorough and prolonged community outreach and engaged with the residents from an early stage of the development process. And I really appreciate the mitigation for increased density in this project with 20% of IDP units. That's a really important step forward in our district, in our neighbourhood.
So, Councillor, I just have a question because, you know, I used to be the planner many years ago in Alston Brighton, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference then between this and a dorm, because the sound of it doesn't appear that they're looking for families, they're looking for possibly 4 unrelated individuals in these 59 4-bedroom units.
Good question. I think they've given us assurances that they're not going to be renting to undergraduates, which is a very important thing. There's nothing to preclude for adults, you know, older folks to rent a suite and live co-living together. It's a new concept and in the neighborhood, and it's just another option. So, you know, I think we've gone through this pretty intense community process, and that question came up many times, and I think the developer reassured us that it would not become a dorm.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else speak here?
Yes. Caller, you're on mute.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing Carpenters Union, want to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Anthony, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tony Desidoro, representing the Alston Civic Association. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. Madam Chair, this lifestyle is clearly directed more towards young millennials who would like to stay in the city, probably occupy their units for just a few years, and hopefully move on to a more stable situation. The affordability issue was very appealing to them. The fact that, as the councilor said, the hope, and Connor said, the hope here is that we can get some young people out of what is traditional family-oriented housing and free up more housing units where families can actually live and afford and raise their families in Alston Brighton. We continue that struggle onwards. The major concerns that were expressed, it really started off as a generational debate when we first started this a year and a half ago. Of course, the concept is very new. You mentioned the 7 Inc. block project. Unfortunately, that project is not going to be open until Q4 of 2022. I believe so. We really don't have an example of how well this is going, but the concerns that were expressed by people that did express concerns does this type of living still have the appeal given the pandemic situation and all that goes along social distancing and what have you. And of course, the issue of undergrads. Yeah, you raise the issue all the time, our concern, and we've been reassured that this project would not be used for student housing, for undergraduate student housing.
Yeah, because Tony, you know how Cahaley's apartment in Union Square condo, the Union Square condos went student, and I'm supposing that the bulk of the construction down Cambridge Street will go student. So I was just curious how this will break that mold. But thank you.
Yep. So I want to say then that overall, the ACA does support this project, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Yes. Madam Chair, the Secretary here, we have over 242 letters of support.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm going to give that second to Carrie, if that's okay, Mr. Kendall.
She beat me.
Okay. Okay, I hear that the applicants for Taft Hill are here, so let's get to the last case.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to call in for the record again, calling case BOA 108-8651-31 Taft Hill Terrace. This is demo of an existing 3-story deck, leaving the roof structure intact. Rebuild structural, the violation Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building, and Article 67, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Joseph Dans, Boston Exterior Remodeling, 1 Taft Hill, Rosendale.
So please tell us what you're proposing to do.
So there is a 3-unit in Rosendale. We are just going to be replacing the back deck and put the staircase on the exterior part of the deck.
Was this project before the board in the past? Was this addressed before this board in the past?
Never, no.
No, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
It's a very de minimis project. They're fine.
Okay. Anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I would like to go on record and support the abundance, but this is a small project that we believe won't affect those around them. Thank you.
Mr. Coppinger, you've had a busy day today. Yep. May I have anybody else to speak on this?
Kevin. Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 3 letters of support as well.
I have one raised hand.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Council at Large Michael Flaherty, Council to go on record in support.
Thank you. And the BPDA recommends approval with design review. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with design review.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, we've reached the end of a long day. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you in a couple of weeks.